and welcome back to Tales from the Hearth, Starfarers. We missed you. I cried every moment you were gone. It was a travesty, so we're so excited to be back with you. Let's start, as we always do, with introductions. Hi, hello, I'm James, your dungeon master this evening. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me on TikTok at NiceOneJames, and on Twitter and Instagram at TTRPGay. You can also find me here, being just a weird little guy sneaking in at every call. Shh, don't tell them. They'll never notice I'm there. And we'll pass it on to Grace.
Hello everyone, I'm Grace. I use she, her pronouns, and you can find me on the internet on twitter.com at LMAOGrace with 2 E's, and on TikTok talking about the zombie apocalypse, mostly at Valkyrie's cousin. And I'm not going to spell it, but good luck. And yeah, I'm super excited to be here and play my funky little girl with all our funky little friends.
We're so excited to have you here. Let's move on to VJ. Sorry.
Hi friends, my name is VJ. I use he, him, and they, them pronouns. You can find me on Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Hive, and start playing games at VJH Creations. And I am also happy to be here with my funky little guy and be very, very sad.
We're so excited for your sad little guy. He's very dear to me, and I love him. Passing it on over to Sweet.
Hello, I am Sweet. You could find me at _Sweet Stories. Why did I have to think so hard? Sweet Stories. Anywhere. Most anywhere. And as she, they pronouns. And you can also find me here, all the time. I live here.
Hell yeah, and it's an honor to share this house with you. Last but never least, Jess.
Folks, I'm Jess. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me pretty much everywhere on the internet at Seriously. And I'm also here, all the time. I guess we all just live here. Party house. It's like one of those terrible TikTok influencer houses, but virtual and so much better. And really gay.
Gay space hype house. Also, any of you who follow us on Twitter will have already seen, unfortunately, our beloved Abby, who played Wilda, will not be able to continue in the campaign with us because she got a very cool and exciting job, and we're all so excited for them, even if we are deeply sad for ourselves. So please go give them a big hug and some love at ABZ Kelly. Wonderful person. It was a delight to have them here, and we're going to miss them so bad. I don't know why I said it like that. Moving on to announcements. Be sure to join us 1 week from today for Dance with Death, a very exciting Thirsty Sword Lesbians 3-shot, which I'm not at all biased about because I'm running it. It's going to be a wonderful time. We'll be on alternate Wednesdays to Starfarers. So if you finish with Starfarers every week and you go, man, I sure wish I had something to do next Wednesday, I have excellent news for you. We will be here and it'll be a great time. And that's starting next week. Also, be sure to tune in this Saturday for our flagship Space Pirate campaign, Tales from the Starlight Ocean. Every single Saturday. It's a wonderful time. We're going to get into mischief, like always. And last but never least, be sure to tune in every single Sunday, including this Sunday, for Tales from Beyond Crow Lane, our gothic horror campaign that I am determined I will turn into a slice of life campaign if it kills me. And folks, it might.
It might.
Going on to other announcements. Dear God. Be sure to, if you want to support us, we have a Patreon, and not to be biased, but it's pretty cool in there. Everything from special playlists, never before seen writing. This month is Crow Lane month, so there's going to be some really exciting stuff coming your way very soon. We have 3 tiers. We'd love to have you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can, oh boy, we'd love to have you in those special Patreon-exclusive Discord channels. Speaking of Discord, we have one, and a bunch of channels are free to join. So if you want to yell at me about the not at all atrocious horrors I will be inflicting upon your favorite Starfarers today, that's a good place to do it. It's a lot of fun in there. That link is somewhere. I think it's in, I don't know. You know where to look for links. It's probably there. We have merch. It's very comfortable. I am, in fact, this wasn't planned. I'm wearing the joggers right now, and they're very comfortable, and they have pockets. We do have more than joggers, though. If you want to wear a cute little logo on your body, yeah. But they're just very good. And be sure to follow us all the places. You can find us on Twitter at StarlightTales_. We post every single week with the programming we have, as well as special announcements about some new things. Follow us on TikTok at StarlightTales_, on YouTube at Starlight Tales. is that it? Technically, we're on Tumblr. I think it's Starlight Tales. I don't know if anything happens there, but it's probably a fun time. Any other announcements? Was that everything?
I think you got it.
Hell yeah, Brother Kachow. I just blacked out and spewed information. Amazing. Then, without further ado, everybody grab a snack, your favorite soft blanket, and let's settle in for tonight's Tale from the Hearth. Welcome back. Let's talk a little bit about the last time we saw our beloved Starfarers. So at the start, we found our party recovering from combat in the rough waters of Cliffside as Pamali's magic slipped from their control. A lot. Wild magic surged us, sent us on a real roller coaster of emotions, starting with everyone thinking Pamali might be a little dead. It's okay, she wasn't. We got a feather beard in there. We got a fun little cat made of water. It truly was a time. But eventually, with help from the party, the searches came to an end, and everyone was finally able to settle down and take a breath. The party regrouped and shared information, with Wilda taking the helm, as she should, in her own submarine. Eventually, after a lot of talk, the crew decided to split up, with several of our party heading off to rest in their own respective ways, while Ventress and Corin headed to Windward to investigate. There, they found a guard on watch named Neven, seemingly, not suddenly, a little suddenly too, under some kind of trance, speaking about a golden city in the distance that fell, and the fact that a similar fate would soon befall the people of the archipelago. Trying to get through to the guard, Ventress decided to use Detect Thoughts and delved deeper into the thick smoke that clouded Neven's mind. But whatever presence was waiting there seemed all too eager to find someone else to latch onto, and reached out in a way that maybe was not so beneficial for Ventress, who now doesn't feel very good. Who's to say why? No one's investigated, but we'll get there. Wilda, on the other hand, sought out Cosmo and shared a really beautiful moment of connection and true understanding, and decided to stay the night with the one person who truly knew how to fill her cup. I don't normally do little monologues, but if you haven't seen it, you should go back and watch, because it's a beautiful performance by Abby, and I'm going to be emotional about it forever. Meanwhile, Willow and Pamali had a heart-to-heart about feelings past and present, in which several realizations were made before they decided to head off to bed and deal with it tomorrow. And as our party settled in to rest beside their respective loved ones, determined to leave the troubles of the day behind and prepare for a new one of them has begun to dream. Corin, light of my life, my love. Why don't you tell us a little bit about, where you fell asleep? Because you don't normally sleep. So what was the decision process there, deciding to sleep? What did that look like for Corin? Talk to me a little.
Corin was exhausted. He just got into a fight with one of his closest friends. The second kind of thing he got into that day. He went back to the sub to go see Goldie. Did his little dumb, I don't want to talk about anything. Can we just, do whatever we're going to do and just spend some time together? And was just so exhausted. Was like, I'm going to sleep for once. And I don't think he's slept like this in 3 years.
Sure. You settle in to sleep. And, normally on a day like this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this is mostly me speaking from my experience, when you have a day so full that, you sit there and you have to, count yourself down to sleep and try to make yourself sleep and make yourself relax, this isn't that night for you. You close your eyes and you open them again and you are somewhere else. You are standing at the edge of a huge cliff face. All you can hear is the wind whipping around you. This is the biggest cliff you have ever seen. You can feel the adrenaline coursing through you. that feeling of being alive that you seek after so much. This is the strongest it's ever been. You look down, you can't even see the end through the clouds and the mist that shields the bottom from you. And as you're standing down, looking at this cliff, what is Corin thinking? What is Corin feeling?
I think he's excited. He's jumped off all of the highest like cliffs on the archipelago, has done them all. They're fun, but they don't give that rush anymore, at least not the first one. And so now he's just confused how he got here, but is like pushing that to the back of his mind, like, it doesn't matter, I'm here and I'm about to do what might be the biggest cliff I'm ever going to do in my life.
Yeah. No, you're good. You look down, and in this moment, in this rush of adventure, you know you can do anything you want. You can be anybody you want to be in this moment, and you could have this feeling forever. You don't know how you know this, but you're standing there, you're looking down at this new adventure, and you know there could be 100 new adventures in front of you. The question is, what do you want to do? Make me a perception check, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, jeez. Can use Corin die. 16.
16. You're staring down this cliff face, and I think a little bit of your waking mind comes through. And you remember that feeling when you were in the visions that the diviners of Venedra had, and there was that presence, that watching, that laughing presence, and you can almost feel it just over your shoulder behind you. You don't hear it, but it's not malicious. It's not laughing at you. It's proud. It's looking at you, and it is smiling. It is so excited for you.
I think there's like the smallest bit of hesitation, like his waking brain, his normal brain, like, this is bad. But just the sheer exhilaration of being here just shoves it to the back and just steps off the edge.
You step off the edge. You feel this familiar sensation of the wind whipping past you, that stomach lurch of falling that you are so fond of. And it is the best you have ever experienced. And you fall and you fall and you fall and you feel like it's never going to end. And then you blink. And you're in your dining room. You're seated at your table, and your parents are there. Your mom and your mama and your dad, and they are looking at you, and they are so proud of you, and they are looking at you and nothing else, because what else could there possibly be to look at other than you? There is no high chair in the corner. There is no baby stuff in the room, in the living room, which you know is there now. And they just look at you and they beam, Corin. You are everything. You are the only thing that matters. And they just look at you and they smile. And you blink, and then your fellow counselors are there, and they are seated at the table, and there is no empty chair, and they look at you, and they are so happy that you're there, and no one else could be seated there except you. And you hear footsteps behind you. And again, there is no fear. There's no worry. This doesn't feel out of place as this presence paces behind you. And you feel this feeling of, this could be forever. You could be everything to these people. You could find whatever, you could do whatever you wanted to do. And it wouldn't matter, because they love you, and they'll only ever love you, because who else could they love? And you could have that adrenaline because it's what you want, and you should get what you want, right?
I think that like his waking mind's growing there's a part of him that's still trying to like get him to realize this is wrong. You don't actually want this. You don't care. This is not how you actually want things to be. Mm-hmm. but it's getting like quieter and quieter.
Sure. Do you do anything? Do you just enjoy this moment?
I think at one point he turns around to see who's walking up behind him.
Yeah, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I'm good at those. Except when I roll a 1, that is a 9, James.
A natural 1. You don't turn. Because you can't turn. Because what could you possibly want to look at other than this moment? This moment that is perfect for you, that is everything you want. I don't think it even occurs to you to turn, honestly. That thought comes and it is gone on the wind. And these footsteps, they grow a little bit closer, and then you feel on like the back of your chair hands holding, not threateningly, almost like, you know, when you're a little kid and you're doing your homework and your parents come and they put their hands on your chair and lean over to look at what you're doing. It's like that. It's warm and it's friendly and it's welcoming, and there's a part of you that is so excited for this person to be looking at you too. Because again, what else would they look at? What else would anyone look at but to have this being fix their gaze on you? What an honor. And you feel this person behind you, this being, whoever or whatever it is, kind of lean down a little bit. And in your ear, in a voice that is your own, somehow, you hear them say, freedom. And they move to your other ear, admiration. Both are easy. So easy like that. I could do it in a blink. You could do it in a blink. So much easier than fighting the inevitable, Corin. You could have this for the rest of your life, for the rest of their lives, for 100 lives. And it would be so easy, don't you think?
How?
All you need to do is stop fighting. That little group poking around, lead them in a different direction. And you'll get what you want. I'll get what I want. And they'll be the same thing, really, in the end.
I think Corin looks around at his whole family,
Sure.
counselors included. Everybody looking happy, alive, not a care in the world, and
Yeah.
doesn't respond to what was asked of him, but is also clearly in that moment not saying or thinking no.
Sure. You feel the presence kind of move again back to your other ear, to the where it began, and say, you could save them, Corin. Fighting, bloodshed, it's also pointless, isn't it, in the end, when you're not gonna win? When you can't. You're fighting things so much bigger than any of us, than all of you, all of them put together. You don't have to. You could save them, Corin. You could have it all. You're a brave guy. Be brave.
You'll break the world, but they'll be safe.
Can't break what's already broken. But yeah. You and them and anyone else who lays down their arms. I'll make sure they're safe. I'll keep them safe.
James, can I make a Do I believe me? My voice in this moment?
I mean, I think that's up to you. I think if you would like to make an insight check, you can. I would impose disadvantage because of your nat 1 earlier. But you can try if you'd like to.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Good insight. 13.
13. Yeah. You, Corin, you could have this. All of this, bureaucratic work that you're doing, all this investigating, all of these things where you do good work and then people look at other people because, they did most of it anyway, probably, right? You don't have to be overlooked anymore. You don't have to worry about these people. You don't have to worry about your dad working himself into the ground. They could be safe. And you could have anything you want. A lot of cliffs out there in the galaxy, Corin.
I think he just nods. I don't think he can say yes, like verbally, actually, but like something caught in his throat, not letting him speak, but clenched hands and just.
Okay. You hear like this kind of hum of approval, I think, in your ear. Not in like a condescending way, but just in like surprise, almost a little bit. And this voice that was yours begins to shift a little bit into something deeper, into something that is somehow 2 voices at once and 101, none of which are recognizable, and this voice whispers to you and says, I knew you could be brave. I knew you could be good. I've been watching you, Corin, and you have so much potential. You could do so much good. And I can help.
Just keep my people safe.
This being kind of, you see something that is almost an arm kind of come into view around, and you can't quite bring yourself to look at it, but it's like shadowy and somehow an arm, but not quite. And it reaches out and it places this beautiful, shining, golden and jewel encrusted goblet in front of you. And inside you see wine, maybe? And it places it there, and it pulls back, and it says, if you want to make a deal, make a deal.
Hold on.
Sure.
I think he goes and reaches for the goblet, brings it up to his lips, and there's just like the briefest of moments before whatever he's about to drink actually touches it, and then shaking hand sets it back down.
Cold feet, Corin? You don't strike me as the type.
I'd do it. I'd make this deal if I thought you'd keep your word.
You feel almost a smile a little bit at the ear. What makes you think I wouldn't? You think you know a lot of things, Corin, but do you? Really? You done your research? Asked around? Or did you just talk to one person? The Lady of Whispers. Take her word for it. You ever wonder why she whispers, Corin? A lot of people lie in whispers, don't they? And you feel the hands come off of the chair. And in this moment where, again, you cannot bring yourself to look, your eyes are fixed on the plate in front of you, your favorite meal, whatever it is, you see from your peripheral vision this figure of shadow begin to walk along the table. They are impossibly tall. Like, you know in your heart they have to be almost like 9 feet, but they don't hit the ceiling. It's very odd, but they are just wreathed in shadow, this like cloak of just roiling darkness behind them. And as they walk, they step behind your mom, and the light in that area begins to flicker a little, and she's still looking at you. She's just looking at you. There's the beginning of tears in her eyes as he walks behind her, and the light above goes dark, and you can't see her anymore. And he kind of turns his head a little bit. You see, like, the top of what must be some kind of crown. And he turns to look at you. And he doesn't say anything. But he looks. He's not smiling anymore. Nobody's really smiling anymore. They're just looking at you. They're waiting for you to do something great. For you to make a good choice.
I think he's crying now at that. It is his mom just disappearing from this, but still it's just staring back at this large, looming, shadowy creature.
This being kind of registers your crying, pauses, takes 2 steps back, and your mom is there again, and she's smiling, and everybody's smiling, and they're looking at you again, and they won't look away. And he says, "You have so many assumptions of what I should be. Ask. Go after your own answers. Stop taking them from everyone else like scraps. You have so much potential, Corin. Don't fail them." And the hand kind of comes up on your mom's chair. Just stays there.
I won't make a deal with something I don't trust. But maybe you're right. Maybe they're wrong. I'll find out.
Good. Good job. And you blink, and this figure is gone, and all of the chairs are empty, and there is, across your table, a thick layer of dust, and the food has gone rotten, and your house looks like nobody has lived in it in hundreds of years. And you are alone at this table in the cold. And the last thing that you hear is this kind of just almost carried by the wind, this voice that says, "I'll be waiting." And it's gone. And we will pan from there. BJ, I love you so much, and I'm so sorry. We will pan from there to our close good friends, Willow and Pamali, who are waking up for the day. How's it going?
Hi. Hello. Yeah, I think this is one of the few times that okay.
You're good. It's music.
Okay, cool. The few times that Pamali can actually be like a little bit taller than Willow, so I think sleeping like she's like above, they're like nuzzled in, like above Willow's head, and she's sleeping, or I think actually she's probably woken up but like hasn't really moved, and is like afraid to really move.
Yeah, I think Willow is like fast asleep, not just from the fatigue of the last few days and how tired that's made them, but the tiredness that comes with being around someone you feel entirely safe with, and that complete like coming down of the guards and just knowing that you're okay. And I think they sleep very peacefully in your arms.
Well, while they're sleeping, James, I feel like Molly is like really just worried in general with all of these questions going around. So I think over that mark, I think she's just gonna do an Arcana check in general, just like assessing like what's going on, there with Willow. So
yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm misremembering, please let me know. I think Willow's mark is gone.
Gone. It is, yeah. But I think Pamali at this point is just paranoid, just wanting to know all the information about.
Sure.
But also Siren is dealing with it.
Yeah,
I got
absolutely.
a 19.
19. Okay, so the mark, is gone, and you can't investigate it maybe as easily as you could have before. But I think looking at it, you see almost like when someone like goes out in the sun a lot and they get a tan, but they like had something like weird and it left kind of like that line in not tanned skin. It's almost a little bit like that, but the spot where the mark was is just like a half a shade paler, and it's, as you touch it, it's cold. And I mean, you don't get the sense that it's still like actively seeping magic, but it's almost like whatever this was has left like a little bit of a scar, and you don't know if it'll be there forever, but it was pretty recent. So, but yeah, the spot there, it's just a little bit paler, a little bit cold, but definitely you can tell with a 19 not still seeping any kind of energy from Willow.
And I don't think it will start again.
Not on its own.
Okay. Yeah. So I think she does that. She just reaches over and is just checking their arm. And I don't think she like really actively moves to wake them until like she realizes like maybe her arm has fallen asleep and she's just trying to like wiggle it a little bit just to make sure like blood circulation starts to flow again. But she's trying to gently do it so she doesn't wake Willow.
Sure. While you're laying here, kind of rubbing over this spot on Willow's arm, you hear a little bit on the window, like in this, if there's a window in this room on this one, if not, just like the closest one, you hear just like a little bit of like a...
Yeah, she looks over.
Yeah, you look over and you see, kind of perched on the windowsill, this is not unfamiliar to you, a bird that looks like it's made of folded parchment. This one looks a little bit bigger than normal. You get the sense that maybe there is a little more parchment here than usual. This is how a lot of people on Tithelin send messages on the island. And it's trying to get in the window. It's just tapping.
Okay, she tries to like maneuver her way around them to like
sure. Make me a stealth check.
Yeah.
For fun.
Oh shoot. I will bend luck.
Sure.
I shouldn't have bent luck. So yeah, that's a 13. I literally got a 1 extra point with that. She got a 13 for stealth.
13. Willow, I'd say maybe a perception check. I'll leave it up to you. Perception check with disadvantage or your passive.
So about 2 minutes ago, I rolled to see if she would wake up. I got a 2.
Sure.
I just rolled again.
Nice.
I got a 1. So
Yeah, you know what?
I
No,
don't think he's waking up.
Willow's fucking conked. Yeah, you can sneak out easily.
Yeah, so then she goes over to the window, and opens it up.
Absolutely, you open it, and this little bird made of paper instantly kind of like does that little hop thing that birds do when they don't want to fly, kind of like hops in a little bit and like looks around and then looks at you, like flutters its wings a little bit, and as it gets closer, you see it begins to unfold a little bit, and there is 2 pieces of parchment there, and now the bird that is much smaller flies a little bit over and lands on the bed and begins pecking Willow.
I think she like looks at the pieces of paper and is like trying to read them, and then looks over and is like, "Oh my god!" and like tries to like go and like
Another one. I think this guy's dead.
Oh god.
I think she goes and sees like it's pecking at Willow like incessantly, and she's like, "Wait, oh my god!" She goes and like puts a finger under Willow's nose and is like, "Hello, are you okay?"
Willow, while we're asking if you're okay, would you do me a quick favor? No reason at all. Make me just a really quick and sexy Constitution saving throw. Just like a really quick one.
I just rolled 2 nat ones in a row, so
Maybe I'll get an X 20. Who's to say?
oh god. A concept. That's a 10.
10? Okay, cool. We will deal with that when you wake up. They are breathing. I just want to be so clear. I know that as soon as I jump in. Willow's not dead.
Yeah, so literally above you, Pamali literally just has their hands on her shoulders. It's just like, are you okay, Willow? Like,
Whoa!
oh, okay.
I think hand like flies up in like a monk reflex and like grabs one of your wrists.
And just sorry, I'm so sorry. You were just like knocked out, and then this bird was pecking at your hair, and I just got really worried. So,
Willow, as you wake up and begin to kind of realize where you are and what's going on, you feel like shit. You feel sick. Like, you can feel it. You're a little bit congested. You are exhausted. Like, you feel like you were up all night. Honestly, you feel a little hungover, actually.
Let me clarify. You are like Pamali is now over Willow, pinned like over the bed.
Yeah. She's like over. I think she went over to her side and is leaning over them and is like one hand here, one hand is now up. But yes,
I think the hand holding your wrist just like gingerly lets it go and just moves to your face. Hi.
hey, sorry for the shaking you awake thing. I'm probably a little gentler. I just.
Yeah. What did a bird get in?
Just one of these message birds. I let it in, actually.
Uh-huh.
I think she like kind of puts her hand out to the little bird. It's still there, yes. It's not like
the one
now.
with Willow's message is still there. Yeah, the other one has unfolded, but that one it has been kind of like poking at your arm, Willow, and then looks at you, Pamali.
Yeah.
Hi. Just kind of like flicks some of their hair away and like pushes up in the bed and is like, fuck. What was in the wine?
Liquor typically. Are you okay? You look a bit more. I mean, I didn't think you drank more than me.
No, I'm just gonna ignore the question and grab the bird. Just hold out my hand for it.
Absolutely. It unfolds in your hand, and I will send you the letter that you. Oh, that's interesting. I left it just deleted from the DMs. Please hold. Alright, I'll roleplay amongst yourselves for a minute.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems really bright this morning.
I just opened. Hold on. I think she like hops out and goes and like tries to like close the blinds and like close down the window again. And turns around and holds up her letters. I didn't read this yet. But do you want?
You got one too?
I did. Yeah. I didn't read it yet though. thought you had died in your sleep, so I came over to check before reading.
What a way to go.
Yeah. I see you're rubbing your temples and everything. Did you want tea or something? I can get some tea going and...
I'll get it. It's okay. Let me just figure this out first. And we'll, like, unfold this. Just, like, run a finger along the back of this paper bird. And then, like, asking it, like, permission to read it.
Yeah, it kind of, like, cranes up a little bit, and as it kind of flutters its wings, the pages unfold in your hands, and you have about 2 pages. Parchment. And oh shit, that's why I was supposed to send it to Titi, and I sent it to you. Never mind, there you go.
Oh, it's okay. I've got it on my phone. It's okay.
Nice.
Pamali also looks at hers when
Sure, absolutely. If you guys would like to read it aloud, you can. You don't have to.
Yeah, I think Willow will start reading like the first page of this, immediately recognizes Cosmo's handwriting, is very familiar with it, as he is Cosmo. So we'll kind of like make eye contact with Pamali with like a little frown and okay. My dearest fellow counselors, I've been tasked to leave suddenly in relation to our current situation. Zirian and Sadair showed up late last night to give me something to protect. It's because the runes and magic of the archipelago are getting sick. I must leave the archipelago to protect said thing. They aren't letting me tell you for security reasons, but no, I wouldn't get up and leave you all for anything less than something dire. I am going with the submarine crew immediately. By the time you're reading this, I have left. Hold on. And then, like, we'll shuffle the papers and, like, find the page with Wilda's handwriting and just, like, doesn't read this one aloud. We'll just, like, kind of hunch over and read.
Sure.
Sorry, Pamali as well. I'm trying to get... I think Pamali is, not fully, like, processing. She's gone. Did she say, like, when she's coming back? Like, how long? There was nothing.
I think as Willow's reading this letter from Wilda, like, their eyes just, like, well up immediately. And, like, there's just, like, a slight tremor to the page as she holds it. And just, like, shakes her head.
I think Pamali, like, immediately, like, crawls into the bed and gets really close. Like, their knees are, like, touching the board of the bed, and the rest of their body is kind of, like, leaning onto Willow, and they're like, I'm so she's gone.
Immediately, like, folds the letter and, like, takes your hands and, like, kind of pulls you in. And you can see the change in, like, their expression when it goes from, like, personal grief to, like, all attention is on you. And they hold your hands, like, very tightly in 2 large ones. Wilder and the crew have left.
Okay. Okay. She was really upset when she left. I mean, I don't know. I was trying to read her last night and it seemed like she was mad. And I didn't even get, like, a goodbye hug then. Just like a regular, like, hey, bye, see you tomorrow type thing. So to not say bye at all? Like, did she not say when she'd come back? Is she coming back?
As you ask this question, the second page of your letter that was left kind of on, like, the sill as you let this bird in, almost as if the last little magic that was left in this message bird has kind of come back to life. Like on a breeze, it kind of picks up and swirls and comes over and it rests on your leg in the bed. And it is, you would recognize at a glance, this is like the front was the same, the first page was the same as the one Willow read aloud. There is a second page. It is for you.
Yes, I think she immediately when she feels it, she grabs it and starts to read it. And I'm gonna do that now. I don't know if I will do it aloud. I'm gonna read it to myself first, if that's okay.
That's absolutely okay.
Get it. So it's permanent. Okay. 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 I think she just I think she turns for a minute.
Yeah.
I think she's holding Willow's hand, but definitely turns for a moment to just like assess like what is about to come out right now. And I think she's really, I think panic and then just realization of just loss. And she starts just to cry.
Love, come here. And just two arms come around you and just pull you through the bed and into his lap. And he just wraps you up.
She fully just leans in and like nuzzles in right there into their neck. And is crying. And just over time just melts into them and wraps their arms around them as well. And says, God, there's just so much I really wanted to say to her. You know, I actually woke up this morning thinking I was gonna go fight with her. Okay. Permanent. Permanent. I don't even know how to process that word right now. Permanent. Okay. What did yours say? If you want to share.
You loved me. And that we were gonna be okay.
Okay. Such a brat. I didn't even thank her properly yesterday. Okay. Okay. Okay.
She loves you, takes like your hand, your face in his hands. She loves you so much, and she wouldn't leave unless she had to. She would never leave like that unless she had to.
I know. But I love her very much too. I just you just always think they're gonna be there. It's like the curse of like having a parent, a mother, a grandma who cares. I always think they're gonna be there. And then one day they're not. And you start to regret all the things you said you were gonna do and never actually did. Okay. I'm gonna write a letter. I'm gonna write a letter back. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think at this point she's I think she knows that she has like more crying that she needs to do. But it's still like going back and forth between like the bargaining stage of like the permanent, like what a word. And kind of sits up and is just like, okay. Well, I can't look at this right now. I'm just gonna put this here. Did you want tea? I know you said you were gonna get it, but maybe I should.
I'm gonna go and get the tea and the food, and you can stay here and write your letter. Just stay here. It's okay. We'll just like press a kiss to like your temple and kind of like linger there for a second, and then pull away, and they're kind of gone before you can really react.
I think she takes a moment and then turns to bedside table wherever they know that Willow keeps her papers and pens and everything, and just starts kind of word vomiting onto a page. Once she's done, I think that's when she goes back to the top and like writes like "Dear Wilda" and then like, you know, all the little other things around it. But it's just like a constant stream of words. Folds it up and just kind of holds it, and just thinks for a bit. But by the time that Willow does come back, there's not like a resolution on Bamali's face, but it's just kind of, it's more like this is happening. It's just yeah, it's just like this is happening kind of energy, and you can see like there's still a lot of processing that she's going through, but she's a bit more of a state, of being able to operate. Sorry, you can continue.
No, you're good. As you kind of begin to process this, as you write this letter, we'll kind of pull back from here and move over to Ventress. Ventress, you said you were seeking out Birch last night. Where did you go to do that? I'm assuming you probably didn't bring Birch to the house with your dad in it.
No, probably not. Probably went to
Tell me a little more
Woodward.
about yeah, absolutely love that. You went to Woodward, had a wonderful night's sleep, and you kind of begin to wake a little bit in the same way that you did not that long ago, as the people of Woodward start, making breakfast and little kids start getting up. I'm assuming you and Birch slept in the same hammock?
Yeah,
you can correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
yeah,
I think that sounds
it's just
correct.
friend behavior, you know?
Friends can be a little homoerotic as a treat.
As a treat, yeah. So I think actually what you wake up to then is the hammock shifting a little bit, and it lurches, and Birch goes, "Shit, fuck."
Are you?
Don't worry about it. You can go back to sleep. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Please don't leave. Please don't leave.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna put some food on a plate, and I was gonna like give it to you while you were sleeping. It was gonna be like really cute. But I can stay. I
can pretend that I didn't even see that, and you can.
Okay, yeah. Go back to sleep. Go, and you feel like Birch's hand kind of just like on your forehead, like go to sleep. Go to sleep. Like when you do that thing to kids where you're kind of like, just go to sleep.
I'm so sleepy. I'm asleep. I promise.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay, yep. And you feel like the hammock kind of lurch once again as Birch finally makes it out. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Footsteps kind of go off, and you lay here listening to bird song and wind rustling until eventually you hear the very familiar flap of paper wings as a bird lands right on your chest and begins to just feel like a little beak on your chin.
Oh, hello. I think she'll sit up in the hammock and like kind of furrow her brow and hold the birdie up until it unfolds
it does eventually unfold, and you see, very similar to your friends who you don't know who've also gotten this letter, one on the top that is the same as the beginning of the other two's, and then one that is yours, tucked behind.
And I think she'll, after reading the first part, take a deep breath before reading the part that is addressed to her.
Sure.
And I'm going to read it really quick.
Oh yeah. If you'd like to keep it private, you can read it silently. If you'd like to share, you are welcome to read it aloud. Whatever sparks joy.
Oh. I think upon reading it, she sighs and folds it up and kind of just shakes her head a bit, so confused, but also trying to maintain her, no, I have to let things be as they are attitude she sort of has. And I think her mind goes to Pamali, and if Pamali knows and how they're taking it. Can I ask how Ventress is feeling right now? Like, because I know she had the...
Sure.
Did she sleep it off?
Oh, you sure? I'm gonna be so honest with you. I forgot you had 2 levels of arcane exhaustion. That was a wild thing.
So much better.
You don't, is the fun thing. Like, wouldn't it be cool if you did? But the thing is, you actually feel exactly the same as when you went to sleep. You still feel exhausted. You feel drained. I think as you hold this letter, your hands are shaking just slightly. You feel pretty bad. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot.
Yeah, I was like, in that case, I think she's trying not to cry.
Sure. Birch kind of comes up a minute later with 2 plates. Let's be honest, this is pretty gay. With 1 big plate. So
One
kind
big
of
plate,
halfway through holding it out and goes, "Oh, are you okay?"
No, Wilda's leaving. Did you know Wilda's leaving?
What do you mean? What do you mean leaving? Like,
Wilda is leaving to go do something and not sharing exactly what it is.
Like to the Divine Lands leaving?
I don't know, Birch. It says that.
Okay.
The archipelago is getting sick, and she had to go.
Kind of looks around. Actually, make me a little perception check if you wouldn't mind. -4 because you have levels of arcane exhaustion.
That is 11.
11? Yeah, you're kind of like looking around, and I mean, the people are up, they're making breakfast, they're around. You see like a couple of little kids doing that, like, that kid cough. It's like, you see a couple of kids doing like that weird gross thing, or like wiping snotty noses with the back of their hands. A couple of people milling around, look a little paler than usual. With an 11, that's kind of what you get.
I think she, after looking around, like quickly switches back to Birch and goes, how do you feel? Do you feel sick? Do you feel...
I mean, I feel a little like, ugh, but I don't know, I'm not really sleeping enough, so I mean, I get caught up in stuff. You know how I am.
I know you get caught up in stuff, but you usually feel good. And so, especially when you're home. And so...
Sorry, I think it's my allergies.
I don't think it's your allergies, Birch.
What do you mean? Why? Why? What?
I don't know. I don't want to worry you.
Okay.
It's probably fine. Yeah. It's not fine. I don't know why I keep saying it's fine and why everyone keeps saying it's fine, because it's obviously not fine if this is true what Wilda is saying.
But, yeah. You kind of can see, Birch very well. You can see the indecision on their face of like, she is very concerned for you and wants to make you feel better. And then there's the other part of them that you keep telling them everything is not okay. Everyone is sick. And they're like trying very hard not to like push into that line of questioning. But instead they kind of reach out and they take your shoulders and go, hey, just take a breath. What can I do?
I don't know.
My mom made those potatoes you like. I got some. I don't know if that's...
No, I'm not quite hungry right now. I don't feel good either.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Are you leaving again anytime soon?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I think the Starfarers are staying for a while, but also, I'm not really. I kind of just stick with them. So, if you want me to stay, I can. No, I don't think they're leaving anytime soon, but like if you wanted me to stay, even if they did, I could make that happen. So.
Oh. But
like only if you wanted. Like I wouldn't, stay if you like didn't want.
No, I would really I like spending time with you. I like being around you.
Okay, yeah,
in general,
I'll stay until you don't want me to.
That might be a problem because I just always like being around you all the time.
Guess I have to sell the ship then.
Guess so. Oh,
sorry. Yeah, that was a nice moment we were having.
Yeah, no. Maybe I could go with you on the ship.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, really?
Yeah. No, I think it could be fun and exciting and.
Yeah. I mean, I would love if you would come.
Really, I want to come if you want, and I don't want to bother you, and I know I can be a little bit much.
Would not bother me if you tried.
Right then.
I also like having you around. So no, you can. I mean, you're like busy, you're like people rely on you and stuff. But like, I would love to be selfish and take you.
Take
sailing.
me on the ship, okay?
Yeah.
I
can
just
like
be busy
like
for
everywhere.
A little bit.
Like we could just like see everything in the whole galaxy, all of it.
That'd be really nice. And we could just
I think it'd be great.
Together forever after the archipelago is not sick anymore and we fix this.
Okay, yeah, and you will because your brain is like huge and you're so good at everything. So you are I don't know what's wrong, but you are gonna fix it because like you're like I fix things like mechanically and you fix everything else because you're so good at stuff. So I'm rambling. But yeah, please come sailing with me. Yeah.
I'll come sailing with you. And
okay.
We could take a trip about it. I could take time off work.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't even have to go back to work after this. Honestly,
great.
I don't want. Anyways, no.
Wait, are you gonna quit?
No. I just I can't do that. I can't quit.
I mean, like you physically can, but like I'm not pushing you to do that. I just, you.
Like I have other options, I guess now.
Yeah, you have like a million options, and at least half of them are come sailing with me. Probably.
And I like that. I like those odds.
Okay.
Actually.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a date then.
Good. Yeah, I should start working on the ship then. Yeah, so just to clarify, do we think this is gonna be like a tomorrow thing, this thing that you're fixing? Like, do I need to go it's a mess in there. It's pretty bad.
Ship?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how long it'll take. It seems like it might be a little bit of an extended project, this, so take your time on the ship whenever it's ready.
Okay. Yeah, I've like a lot of laundry to do, but that's fine. I'll get on that. So.
I can do the laundry too. I love.
No, you don't have to do anything because you're gonna come sailing with me, and that's like enough for me. So you don't worry about anything on my end, and then when you're done like saving the world and all of the people in it because you're so awesome, then you can come sailing with me. So.
Okay.
Yeah, you take your time.
I'll try to hurry this up so that I can get back to them.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
When you have like a date, let me know, and I'll make one of the, like the things with paper. You make like a little chain, and then every day you like take a little link off, so you can like count the days.
We can count it down. That's very cute. Yeah.
Hey, oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very cute idea. You have tons of those. Anyways, yes, I'll let you know.
Okay. Is there anything I can do for you right now? You seem like you're kind of having a moment, and I don't know what's going on, but I'm really good at fixing stuff, and I'm happy to try if you need me to.
If you could just check in on everyone, see how if they're feeling the ick that you have, maybe make sure.
Like everyone, or also just to clarify, like I don't like have like the ick. Just like everyone, or like
not the ick, everyone. But you don't.
No, yeah, it was really important to me that like when I said like not you, like not about you. You're perfect. But like just
right.
Yeah, I'll go talk to them. Just like the Woodward, or like the whole.
No, it could just be Woodward. I need to go check on Pomoli and make sure that they're okay, that they know about this, because I'm sure they'll that's not a great situation. And just see how everyone's doing. Had quite a wild past 24 hours, so.
Yeah, absolutely. I will do that, and then I'll come find you when I'm done.
Please
Or I'll
don't
send you a
find me
message.
after.
Are you
No,
doing
come
like
find
this?
me.
Okay, yeah, well then I will.
Okay.
But take this food. Take it
I'll
and
I'll
eat it.
take the food.
That's
I will
that's an order.
All right, Captain. Yeah, got it.
You say captain, and you see like she kind of like the tips of her ears turn a little bit of a darker green, and they like stand up a little straighter. Yeah. Okay. You got it, counselor.
Right.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
She walks off. You see them like fast walking towards Maple specifically. And yeah, you can go about your day. What would you like to do?
Can I use what?
No, go ahead. Say your thing.
I was gonna ask if I could use the circlet that
Absolutely,
I
you
nicked off
can.
Pamali to call Pamali.
For sure. What would happen if you just called Pamali up?
What if I just called Pamali about it? Hey, did you
Thank
get
you.
that
Miller
weird
really
letter?
enjoyed that one. Thanks, Miller. Love you, buddy. Yeah, sorry. Absolutely do your sendings to Pamali. I'll stop talking.
Yeah. Ring, ring, ring. Good morning. How are you doing?
I think at this point, Pamali has like read over the letter a bit more in the initial shock. Like she's like grasped a better understanding of it.
Sure.
And so she responds, "Oh, Ventress, hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I feel like an absolute bag of ass, but
What?
you get-
Why?
just something happened last night, and I don't know, something happened, and I'll talk about it with you in person, but I need to know if you got a letter from Wilda. That's why I'm...
Okay. Well, how many is this? Is this the one that has like the cap? Do we have to?
So technically, sending does have a 25-word limit, but also I believe it's at will. So technically, you could
Okay.
just be sending a lot of sendings over and over.
Cool.
And I'm fine with that.
Perfect. Okay. We'll talk about that later then, as you wish. But yeah, I did get that letter from Wilda. But Cosmo in the letter said it doesn't seem like it will be permanent. It's just unfortunate timing. So Wilda will come back at some point or another.
Mm-hmm. Right. I can hear in your voice you're a little bit shaky on this, and I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I was crying a little bit, but I'm doing better. I think I wrote it out to get some
that's
feelings
good.
out.
Yeah, you do your journaling. That's good. Yeah.
No, I actually I wrote a letter to Wilda.
Oh.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna send that to her. Because there's just a lot that went unsaid, and I think she needs to hear it.
Proud of you for doing that. Do you think the others have gotten them, like Willow and Corin?
So I know that Willow just... Oh, I don't know that. Huh?
What?
Huh?
What do you... You know Willow got theirs?
What?
Have you talked to Willow?
Yeah, I woke up really early this morning and I came over to Willow's because I saw the letter and I got really upset, and so I needed to talk to someone. I want to roll a deception.
Can I roll? What am I rolling to?
I would say you can roll an insight, but I'm going to give you disadvantage because you can't see Pamali, and I feel like that's
Okay.
at least half of detecting if someone's lying.
Do I also take the 4 off? for the
You do
Willow?
unfortunately also take the 4 off.
Okay, so this is just flat. Or at disadvantage.
I got it.
Disadvantage
18.
and -4.
Okay, slay. God, what's 9 minus 4? 5?
Oh, babe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably got an 18.
Okay, yeah. That beats it a little bit.
Just a little.
So are you at Willow's or?
Yes.
Okay. Do we all want to meet up? And I don't know.
I think meeting up would be good. I just are you with Corin? I know last night you
No, Corin and I got into another I tried to apologize, and it didn't go quite as I would have liked it to go, and then that thing happened with the Watchmen, and I got frustrated because it went in me, the darkest magics. I don't know. My head is a mess.
The darkness, the curse?
Yes, it felt like it touched my oath, and
what?
One of the Watchmen was stuck, and I would like to talk about it in person with everybody there, but I need to.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to grasp. So you were apologizing to Corin, and then something else about
I went to go
curse.
talk to the Watchmen. Corin was suggesting I use detect thoughts on the Watchman who was stuck.
Detect thoughts?
Because
Ventress, you never use.
I know, but I thought maybe it would appease the situation, and it wasn't a terrible idea. I just think it went wrong, and I shouldn't have done that, been inside Neven's head, because it didn't work out well.
So Corin asked you to use detect thoughts, and you used it to get into Neven's head.
I wouldn't have done it otherwise. I'm not about playing in people's heads or spaces that I don't belong in, generally, but Neven was stuck in speaking in rhymes and...
Right. Okay. I'm trying to... I think there's like a pause where there's like not a message that's being sent back, and Pamali is just like trying not to get angry. And then she comes back, and it's very like calculated isn't the right word, but you can tell like she's like definitely chosen her words. So during the meeting, when we were all talking about our feelings, and I said, hey, we should figure out the right way to go about this, because if people are going in themselves and dealing with this cursed magic, somebody else is being juiced up by it. You guys went ahead and juiced this being
I didn't
up.
want to. I really wouldn't have done it if Corin and I weren't fighting. I just thought maybe it would be a smart idea, and Corin suggested it, and I wanted to make Corin happier, and it was a dumb decision on my end to go through with it, but I did it anyway, and I'm sorry. I did not let Corin heal me afterwards because I was afraid, and I didn't want anything wrestling with me and magic, and I just was tired. So, yeah. But yes, to answer your question, yes.
I think after all that Ventress said, you hear back, okay, let's meet up at 10:30.
Okay, where do you want? At your place, at Willow's place,
no, do me a favor. Message Siren to meet up at Cilio's place. Their James, my brain is blank.
You're so good. It's a clinic.
Cilio's clinic, 10:30.
You want me to message Seren? You want me?
Yes, okay. They need to come as well. And if you can, are you on talking terms with Corin?
Well, I'll speak to Corin anyways. I mean, I don't really do the whole not speaking thing. I find it to be a little bit ridiculous. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Message Corin as well.
And say that. All right. Yes. All right, okay. Counselor, you got it.
All right, Counselor. I will talk to you soon.
All right. See you soon.
Yep.
Bye.
Yep. I think she just like gives out the biggest huff and just lays back on the bed. It's just like yeah.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah, Ventress, what's the plan?
Oh, she's gonna do what she was told by the counselor, Pamali.
Sure, absolutely. Where are you starting on that list?
I think that she will message Seren first. The circlet. Like, hello, this is Ventress. I know we've talked a few times. You know me.
10 words left.
Meet
technically it's a number, but
Cilios at 10:30, please.
4 left.
Don't be late! Exclamation mark.
Incredible. There is a long pause. You feel it's received. There is a long pause before you receive an answer, and then Silan says, okay. The clinic? Oh, that's not a word. Yeah, I'll be there, but I'd also love an explanation as to why I've been summoned. Thanks. And he does not use the rest of the words.
Yes, the clinic. Explanation upon arrival. A request from your sister. Thanks.
You don't get an. You feel it's received. You don't get an answer.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she will use the circlet to message Corin.
Sure. What do you say to Corin?
Good morning, Corin. Pomoli has requested everyone meet at Cilio's clinic at 10:30.
You feel it's delivered. You do not get an answer.
Slay. And then she's
Sorry, BJ. I love you very much.
Do you, James? I'm questioning
BJ,
it.
this is a knife you handed
I
me
know. Okay,
unprompted the
you
other
know
day.
what?
I love you so much. I will not be painted a villain.
Yeah, I think upon not getting a response from Corin, it doesn't surprise her, but she's a little disappointed. And then she will. BJ, I cannot hear you.
It's my favorite thing in the world
read your
when BJ
lips.
just silently yells at the camera. It's my favorite thing. Sorry, please continue.
And then I think she will eat a little bit of the food Birch gave to her, and then
Sure. It's
head
good.
off. Is she on?
What direction are you walking? Are you heading straight to the clinic?
I think so, but I think she's gonna make a detour if possible.
Sure. It's so possible. Where would you like to detour to?
To go meet up with Eliseus.
Sure. So Eliseus is back in Woodward, just so you know.
Oh, so she's not leaving Woodward. She will head towards Eliseus
Cool.
in Woodward.
Yeah, as you kind of head towards the root house, which is the big building set in the roots of that big ancestor tree, the ancestry, if you will. This is where Eliseus spends most of her time. You can absolutely go find her. Are you asking anybody? Are you just going to where you hope she is? What's the vibe?
I think Ventures is gonna go to where she hopes they are.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. You kind of start walking through. You've been in this building before. It's kind of like big greenhouse, a little bit of the energy of natural history museums. You know how they're all usually kind of sunny and there's those huge rooms. It's like that kind of energy, but with a lot of plant life. You hear kind of animals off to the side. There's a little animal nursery and infirmary a little bit deeper in. But you head off into the biggest part of the greenhouse that is in the root house. It is massive. You can kind of see the roots, the gnarled roots of the trees kind of make up the ceiling of this greenhouse. There's it's warm in here, it's nice. And there's just rows and rows of plants of all different colors and sizes and shapes. Some are, fruit and vegetable bearing, some are flowers, some are herbs, just any kind of plant you can imagine exists in this greenhouse. And off in the distance, you see Eliseus. You know what Eliseus looks like, but for our friends at home, and also for you, Grace, the human person who doesn't know what Eliseus looks like, Eliseus uses she, her pronouns, stands about 7 foot tall, has this sort of really deep forest green skin, eyes the color of that kind of rich, damp soil, that deep but warm brown. Her hair, excuse me, is kind of starts at her hairline as these thick twisting branches, and as they go back, it's this beautiful purple wisteria that droops all the way onto the floor, and there's just so much of it. And within kind of poking out and then coming back, you see like little butterflies and bumblebees and earthworms, which are these teeny tiny little dragons with like moss on them and dirt on them and dragonfly wings. And they're kind of darting through the like drooping branches of wisteria. And she's wearing, God, not every person on this fucking channel uses they, them pronouns. And it's a lesson I have to teach myself again every day. She's wearing this kind of like floor length, almost like a gown made of like moss and vines, and kind of off the shoulders are these drooping like weeping willow fronds. And at the foot of which you can kind of see she's like knelt down and kind of has a hand down to these two so small, like little dog-sized bear cubs made of swirling river water. And there's two of them, and they're kind of like going at each other, and like one of them will splash and a little bit of water will hit the side. And she's kind of like laughing a little bit as she looks down at them and like runs the back of her fingers along them. And as you approach, she looks up and she says, "Andres, hello."
Hi. It's so good to see you.
You too. It's been far too long. Not a criticism. Just, I miss you.
I miss you too.
How are you?
I'm not doing great. And
She kind of like stands and looks at you. I see that. What's wrong?
Last night I encountered something, and it felt like it touched a piece of my oath, my being, and I just wanted to come see you because it rattled me, if I'm being honest.
Sure. Yeah. She kind of like takes a step towards you, and you are immediately engulfed in this familiar smell of like fresh flowers and like the earth after it rains. It's this really like pleasant and subtle and like calming kind of scent as she draws near and kind of just like holds out her hand to you. May I?
Yeah, and she'll offer her hand out nervously though, because of the words Pamali said like echoing in the back of her head about juicing Sunder and whatever's doing.
You rest your hand in hers, and her hand is, she's pretty tall, but as her hand kind of holds out to yours and yours is in it, it doesn't seem any bigger than it should be, as is the weird ever-changing way of the gods. And she kind of brings her other hand over top and holds yours, and you feel this little thrum of like warm magic. It feels like the sun on your skin, just a beautiful day radiating from your palm and upwards. You don't feel any relief other than maybe like a little bit of that emotional kind of like soothing. And you see she closes her eyes and her brows kind of knit. She goes, where did you say? When did you say you started feeling this way?
After late last night, we went to the Watchman, and I got into the Watchman's head to see if I could fix something that was wrong with them, and
what kind of thing that was wrong with them?
He was staring off over the cliffs into the water, just frozen, eyes glazed over all black, and it wasn't great.
Sure.
Something about speaking as someone else about shining cities and destruction.
This is beyond me, I think. I can feel that there is some kind of, I hesitate to use this word, but corruption in you. Your oath is strong. Don't worry there. The line that connects us is strong, and it always will be as long as you wish it to be, but I can feel it below the surface, but I can't quite reach it or tell what it is. But it's interesting that you and you see she kind of like lets go. She takes like the hand that was on top of yours and takes it off, but does not let go with the one that you put your hand on. So she's kind of still holding your hand a little bit, and she turns and kind of points, and you see a little bit off some of the plants in the row that she's kind of standing by. You get the sense this is what she was working on before you came in and before the little water bears came in. You see the plants look bad. Like a lot of them are really wilted, and there's one kind of towards the end that looks just barely shy of dead. Like its leaves are dark brown and kind of curled inward. And she kind of looks at it and then looks to you.
What?
No, it's just whatever this is that's making you feel unwell, it is strange and somehow familiar. Some of the plants here and the animals in the last 2 days or so, they've, especially this morning, it's like something infected them at their root, I guess, for a lack of a, I don't know, it's something is changing the nature here, and that is not easy to do.
Is there any solution that you know of for it? Or have you ever seen this before?
A little peek behind the screen. LSA surely did just roll a nat 1. I don't believe I've seen it. I mean, when these things come through and pass, it is not the goddess of nature and beauty that people call. It's, Cilios and Zirian and Venedra and the others. I'm not sure. I know that some of the others have been, the gods have been meeting quite often lately and speaking about changes and things coming, and I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I wish that I knew more for you.
Have you not been going with them to meet, though? You must know.
Some. Can I confide in you, Ventress?
Yes, you can. Of course.
The gods, they don't always understand me. I am a woman of rustling trees and free nature, and they are the factual kind. They are the bookkeeping kind, the history keepers. And there is a place for history, but I think in cultivating life, it is important to think more of the future than the past. And they don't always agree. And I see the beauty in things that others look past, and yeah. So I have been going. I'm not privy to all of the more closely guarded conversations, I suppose. But I do know that Cilios has been working very hard to help. Venedra has some kind of the old scars that they had from the rift seemed to be flaring up again for some reason, and Cilios has been working quite hard to help. So, I mean, I don't know that it's the same thing, but you could always try asking them.
Alright. But yeah. Do you remember? One more question, and then I will
Of course.
get out of your hair.
You
do you
could not
remember?
possibly be in my hair if you tried, Ventress. I have all the time in the world for you, always.
Then I might just stay here then, honestly.
You could. I don't know if you've caught on. I'm quite fond of you. I don't, there are not many clerics and paladins under my proverbial wing, so.
Well, I enjoy it.
Good. You can stay as long as you'd like.
Well, I was thinking about going to Cilios after this, to fix whatever's going on, but I just wanted to know, the rift, do you know anything about, I'm just trying to find things out about Sunder and...
Sunder? Why?
Well...
I mean, I am not one to go where your curiosity takes you, there are not many on this archipelago who speak Sunder's name.
Well, we've just been hearing things, and it's just been an interesting couple of days, so...
Sure. Yes, I have... and you see her expression has stayed, like, aside from the concern that she has for you, which is very, very clearly genuine, her expression has stayed mostly kind of, like, calm. When you begin talking of Sunder, you see, like, and the rift specifically, like, you see the lines in her face, you know? The gods have been around for a very long time, and you don't see the age settle into Eliseus very often. But she kind of, I do have some memory, yes. You know, not maybe as much as some of the others who were more intimately affected, I suppose, but I could answer for you what I know. There is a more comprehensive accounting of the events in the memory archives down in Heartward, but I'm happy to tell you what I know if I know it.
No, I would love to know anything you have to offer. I mean, just what happened generally, or why, if you have an idea of maybe returning or causing some issues now. I thought everything had settled. I thought the dust had settled after.
As far as I know, it has. You know, Sunder is now very closely watched and guarded, and I know more specifics than most mortals, but even I am not privy to all of the details. It was, you know, Zirian and Sidair's way of safeguarding the people and the rest of the Pantheon from anything in the future, was making sure that nobody except for the two of them really knew how to get to him. I mean, as far as I know, he is been. You see, Eliseus kind of like looks over her shoulder at like the empty greenhouse a little bit, and you get the sense that like she is very acutely aware she should not be talking about this, but it's you, and she likes you. She likes you a lot. And actually, she kind of like takes your hand again and puts that hand back over and goes, "Hang on," and closes her eyes, and you feel this like thrum of magic a little bit, and all of the noise around disappears. And you are, you know you are still in the greenhouse, but like as you look out, everything around you has like kind of become blurred except for your immediate space. There is no noise. You get the sense that she has like somehow partially removed you a little bit from the surroundings, so that it is just the two of you. Sorry, I'm a bit paranoid sometimes.
I understand.
As far as I know, Zirian and Sidair have confined Sunder to a section of one of the Divine Lands, locked it away from magic and any ability to get out. I mean, when Sunder fell from godhood, he also lost his access to that kind of magic that we have as the other gods, and so he doesn't, or as far as I know, shouldn't have the strength to be remotely involved in anything going on right now. It was a terrible time, what happened in the Rift. A lot of people paid a price that was not theirs to pay, because Sunder could not accept the way that nature is sometimes cruel to the living, even when it does not mean to be. There is a cycle to all things, and Sunder wanted to break the cycle, and it was something that the rest of us could not stand for. So,
no, I understand that way of thought, and I agree with you. Okay. Well, if you hear anything else or come across anything,
of course,
will you let me know?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, what I can without getting in trouble. But they tend to look past me a lot of the time. So if you need anything, Venture,
I will come to you, of course.
And again, if you want more answers, they are in Heartward.
I will go there after I try and get this whatever this is out
Yeah.
of me.
Of course. And you see that kind of like bubble of magic like fades away again, and you are back in the greenhouse, and you can hear the sounds of nature. And Eliseus kind of like blinks a little bit, and she goes, "Oh, unrelated. A little bit later, I know you're busy. Somebody very dear to me is going to be coming into port, and I was just wondering if you could, look after him and,
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry, I mean, you have business. You have a lot of business.
I would
They
do anything
just,
for you. Yes. Yeah.
Thanks.
I can do that. Yeah.
Thanks. And you see she like genuinely smiles very big at just the mention of this person. Thank you. Yeah. I'll let you know.
Is there a name, or you're just gonna? I'll just wait for you to let me know.
Yes. His name is Kengal.
Kengal.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll it won't be for a little while, but I'll let you know when they're here. I think you'll really like it. But
I'm excited. Of course.
You see she kind of like reaches down and like tucks a hair behind your ear very like maternally and holds your cheek a little bit. And just says, I know there's a lot going on right now. Everything's gonna be okay. Yeah?
Yeah.
Nature
trust
sorts
you.
itself out in the end.
Does it's a cycle, and you
Yes.
follow it, and it will sort itself out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, please go on with your business. And I'll be here if you need anything. So
Okay. Well, I'll come back and see you soon. Thank you
Okay.
for everything.
yeah, feel better.
I hope so.
She kind of like, as she like drops her hand from your face a little bit, she squeezes your hand again, and you feel that same like thrum of magic. And she is giving you just a little bit of a guidance without a time limit on it. So the next check you make,
Yay.
you can add we'll say, you know what, she's a god. You can add a d6 the next time you make a
Oh.
check. Try and balance out that -4.
Amen, brother. All right.
And we will kind of pull back from this moment a little bit. And we will return to Willow and Pamali. VJ, I'm so sorry. I promise I'm going to get you in this. There's a thing happening because you handed me a knife, and I'm going to use it. It's a pretty knife. So we will return to Willow and Pamali.
If I can rewind just a little bit, whilst Pamali was on the phone
Mhm.
to Ventress, and Willow stepped outside and started to make some breakfast, put on some tea. I think he kind of makes it halfway, and then Willow pauses and kind of like really has to brace themselves against the counter as like the emotional weight and like the physical weight of this news hits them, along with all of the unprocessed information and feelings from the night before.
Yeah.
And I think instinctively Willow like reaches out a hand to one of like the trailing vines that are kind of found all over their apartment, and just winds a hand in with the leaves. And I think it's when Willow like makes contact with this plant of theirs, they remember Cosmo's words in the letter that says the magic is sick, the runes are sick. And I think Willow will try and find that kind of new link to that rune that was made quite recently, and just do an internal like check-in, like a reaching out of the mind to this rune to see for themselves.
So my question here, how, like, in kind of like creaking open this line of connection, how far would you say you're opening it? Are you cracking it open? Are you like really opening it?
I don't think Willow wants to go to the place they were before, where they kind of
Sure.
submitted themselves to nature and became more nature than man. But so if possible, they want it to be more of less of a physical thing. The physical thing is more of like they're making contact with the vine. That's kind of their strange little ritual that, she's doing. But it's more of that place that I know the rune's magic has kind of settled in me. I want to follow that thread and see where it ends.
Sure. As you begin to kind of follow it, without a check, I will say the more you kind of run, the only way I can think of is when you're holding onto a rope to steady yourself and you're kind of hand over handing the rope. The farther you get down this sort of metaphorical magical rope, the sicker you feel. You reach a point where you feel like you could throw up, and I will say for free, if you go further, this could potentially make you very sick. But you can kind of feel the closer you get to the source of that magic, the heavier that exhaustion is, the more nauseous you feel. So if you're trying to make a true connection and communicate with it, you can. But you will put yourself at risk for whatever that is following you back down the line. If that makes sense.
Okay, I think they stay in this in-between moment for a few minutes, considering. Sure. And I think they very much want to reach out with their mind with these messages that the kind of pictures that they used to receiving. But remembers where they are and what they have to do, and then walks back mentally, just with the knowledge that this is something that they can do and there will be a time where it is needed.
Sure, absolutely. You kind of begin to close this connection again, and you feel a little bit of that sickness stays with you. There is no mechanical impact of it, but you come back from that feeling a little worse. I would say with that knowledge, you would know that whatever is happening specifically in the Tideward rune is strong. And I will let you kind of glean that for free from just following that line a little. As you kind of pull back from this, there is a knock at your door.
I think the knock startles them, and their elbow kind of nudges one of the teacups, and it just shatters to the floor. And
sure. Molly, you hear breaking of glass.
Are you okay? I think she just comes through the doorway.
Oh,
clumsy. Gosh. No,
I
got it.
One sec. We'll just kind of go over to the door.
Pamali's picking up the cup.
Can I look through the window to see who it is?
Absolutely. You can look through the window, and you see standing on the porch, kind of wringing her hands a little bit, Andorra, who we haven't seen for a couple episodes, but is this person of mushroom and kind of nervous energy, dare I say. And she kind of just standing there and looking at the door, and then looking around, and then looking back at the door. You would also know Andorra is one of your clients.
Yeah. Did I have a session with that? No. Did I not reschedule? Okay, fine. I think Willow goes, fuck, did I forget to cancel? And then goes, no, I didn't. Opens the door. Hi.
Sorry. So sorry to bother you. I know you're busy and you're doing stuff. I was hoping I could ask, counselor. I
just realized Willow's definitely not wearing a shirt, but yeah.
And Pamali is literally wearing a big overgrown shirt, so she's
Andorra kind of looks at you and does that thing, eyes go down and immediately come back up, and she's just half a shade darker. Sorry. I got kind of a weird message in my head, a magic message in my head from Counselor Wilda this morning, saying sorry that Heath had to go, and I just, Heath and I were kind of started. It was new. He doesn't owe me anything. I was wondering if are they coming back when that is? I just figured you'd probably know because you work together. So sorry again.
Yeah. Yes, Wilda and her crew had to go away to do something important. And that's about the extent of what I know. I don't know how long it will be for. I'm really sorry. That must be very dysregulating for you.
Yeah, it's it's fine. It was new. It was new anyway. So
yeah.
Yeah,
but still.
Sorry, you're busy. You look busy. I'll go. Sorry again. I'll wow.
Why don't you just kind of like, this is off the wall. Is there something? I imagine Willow has some kind of like simple magic item, or like a book or like a piece of parchment that allows like quicker communication than like maybe message and more extensive communication.
Yeah, I say that's fine.
I think Willow will just then take like a small notebook from like one of their shelves and come back to the doorway and be like, "Hey, this is mine. You take this. You can write to Heath, and if there's anything left unsaid or anything you want to close, this will let you do that."
Yeah, I mean, is that like a little desperate, you know? Because like he could have stopped by and they didn't. I don't want to make it like weird, you know. I just
Well, Endora, if it makes you feel any better, Wilda did not stop by to see us either. It was that urgent. They did not have the time.
I'm sorry.
No, it sucks. But it is not a reflection on you or your relationship.
Okay, I mean, you know, it was only a couple dates anyway, so, you know, it's fine.
Whatever form that relationship took.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. Sorry to bother you. I'll go.
It's not a bother.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Okay.
You can call me if you need anything.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
And I'm sorry.
Not your fault. Yeah. And Endora kind of just like nods a little bit, and you see the weight of that like frustration kind of settle, and she just sets off into Kinward, and they're gone. And they did not take the journal. You still have that.
Oh, they didn't?
She did not.
Willow just like closes the door but doesn't turn around for a minute, and their like forehead just kind of like thuds against it very quietly.
I think Pomali has like come around the bend where the door is, and you see that she like panic wrapped herself in like a towel around the bottom half of herself, and she's like, you okay? Are they gone? What was that? Who was that?
Client.
Gotcha. Were they like, was it actually a meeting that you forgot to cancel, or?
No, just yeah, I think the crew's passing will the crew's absence will affect a number of people in this community.
Yeah. They were really important people to a lot of us, so I can see that. I cleaned up the cup. You okay?
Alright, yeah.
No, it's fine. I think she's like fully like assessing Willow now and seeing how they look. Willow, I keep trying to respect what you're saying about you being fine. You don't look like you're okay.
No.
You tell me what's going on.
I think, and like as they kind of like rub their neck and their shoulder, like their hand passes over the new piece, the new area of bark that grew after that connection with the rune is made, and they kind of like pause over it. I think, whatever magic I exchanged with the rune and tideward, Cosmo is right. They are sick. Whatever magic this place is made of is sick. And so am I.
It's making you sick too? Because of how you connected to it the other day?
I think so.
I think she immediately... Well, no, they're quite tall. I think she grabs them and then like pulls them over to the chair, to the couch, and sits them down, is just like immediately looking them over and like touching the new parts of like what's been growing and whatnot.
I think Willis like goes a bit stiff and starts blushing as he start like
I think she's like immediately like so like just like looking at everything and then
Hey, Molly?
Huh? What? Am I hurting? I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Is this hurt? Is this hurting? And she like presses like
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Okay.
Fine.
I think it kind of clicks for a moment.
I think it clicks, like they see the recognition in their eyes and they like hold it for a second and then they look away.
I'm gonna get dressed.
Yeah?
Is that okay? You done with your
Sure.
examination?
I wasn't, but no, yeah, you should go get dressed. I'm after you. I will too. It's a big
Alright.
shirt after you. We have to talk, right? I feel so weird.
What?
No, it's fine. It can wait till after. We have to talk. This feels weird. This does not feel weird.
It didn't, and then you started feeling me up, and now I feel weird. And then there's like a kind of wicked grin that spreads across their face. It's very lighthearted.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can continue down that avenue if you want to see what happens.
Okay. Right. Sensing this energy. Willow, there's a conversation from last night. Did you? Oh my god. I think she like kind of like reflects and like really thinks about like everything. That was
It does too. It's like,
So you have a crush on me, or had a crush on me? Is that what you said?
I mean, I feel like it was a two-way thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's not a party of one over here.
It's not a party of one, no.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, what do we do about that? There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a lot going on.
Yep, you said that.
I did say that, didn't I say that? I did. Wow. And I know we should probably focus on that. That's the correct thing to do, is to focus on everything else that is going on, and then focus. And she's like questioning. And I think in this moment she's also like giving like a once over as well to Willow. And we should wait to talk about all of that, like to sort all of that out, to give it like a proper like
Or
good or I like or. I didn't say that. Continue. Just ignore me.
we could figure out both simultaneously.
Well, we did
I have
have like.
I have a lot of questions for you, actually.
Do you? Okay. That's great.
And we have things to do.
I also have a lot of questions for you. I mean, last night, technically,
Great.
we only answered like one question for each other, right? So we can just continue with the 20 questions for the rest of the
Right, yeah.
day till we get through all
Till
of
we
our questions.
get through all of them. Yeah. And then see where we're at.
It's a good plan. Great.
Okay.
Okay. I think they give a high five, but like Pamali kind of like holds it for a second.
And then Lily just like goes, that didn't feel right.
That doesn't feel right either.
And with the world's most awkward and sexually charged high five, we're gonna take a break. Don't change that Twitch channel. Lots of fun stuff coming in about 10 minutes. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. Oh, sorry. Miller said ka-chow to me right as we came back, and I went through all the stages of grief. Ka-chow, welcome back. I hope y'all got a snack and a nice drink, and we're jumping back in with Willow and Pamali walking on their way to the clinic. It's a nice day outside.
Amazing. Yeah, so they're walking. I think probably arm in arm the way they were the night before. And Pamali just kind of, after midway of just making casual conversation, goes, oh my god, Bill, I completely forgot. So Ventress messaged me earlier.
Yeah.
And I might have we didn't have just like a chat yet, so I might have told her that I came over here in the middle of the night. And well, not in the middle of the night, excuse me, this morning, after getting a letter from Wilda, because I didn't know. I just
So you lied
maybe
about staying the night.
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
I mean, last night it just seemed like, you know, you were supposed to walk me home and then maybe go your own separate way, like is what the vision was to everybody else, and I didn't know.
You don't want Ventress to know that you spent the night with me.
What? At that point, I didn't really know what we were doing. I still don't really know what we were doing. So I just kind of I lied. Anyways, just stick with it if you can, or maybe you want to set this record straight. I don't really know.
What would you like to do?
I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Because I feel, like I said last night, like really watched by everyone, and so having more eyes, I don't know.
Well, then why don't we play it as normal and no one has to know anything? Not in a secret way, but in a privacy way.
Privacy. Okay, that's
Yes, protecting our privacy.
privacy.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, cool. So you better. I think she like pushes their arm. like
I don't hold your goddamn hand every day.
That's
Give me that, and like takes your hand again.
All right. Okay.
I said continue as normal, not treat me like a stranger.
Oh, that's true. Okay, sorry. I didn't. This is new. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get used to the idea of. Okay, cool. So normal.
Yeah, can you do that?
No, well, you know me. I'm weird.
Okay, well, good luck.
Okay, cool. So then, fine. We keep it business in front of everybody else. Normal.
Yeah.
Well, stop looking at me like that. And then there's other stuff I have to tell you as well. And then she starts like spewing. No, I'm gonna say it this way. So I don't really know fully what's going on, but Ventress isn't really feeling well either.
Yeah, you said we're gonna go meet up with her, right?
No, like, from what I've collected, Corin and Ventress, I think, got into an argument, and then they went to go talk to the Watchmen, and one of them, I don't know, there's something about detecting thoughts, and Ventress went into their brain and is now feeling, I guess, similar to how you're feeling, where you're not just feeling too good. It seems like they were messing with the curse. Like, does that make sense? Because that's what I've collected. What I understand is somebody was affected by the curse, and Ventress went into their brain as they were affected by the curse, and is now feeling some side effects from that. After being suggested to do it by Corin.
As you say this, you kind of step out finally out of like Kinward, more into that area where like Kinward and Woodward blur together a little bit, at the back of which you know the clinic of Cilios sits. And to perceptions, as you're walking by, you have to kind of turn right to go up the path towards the clinic. To your left is the entry to Heartward heartward, where you guys went the other day, down those kind of long stairs with that deep chasm in the middle. And as you guys are turning, from your peripheral vision, you both see a figure. You know that figure. That's Corin. Corin is standing on the edge of this chasm, staring straight up at the heart. And isn't moving.
I immediately freeze and like put a hand like kind of on your collarbone, like pause you.
I think she doesn't really know.
Is that Corin?
Yeah, I think it is. Corin! And she just yells out.
Corin does not answer. Or move. But all of you, as you kind of look at him a little more, you see like a little bit of shifting as one of those paper birds kind of like goes up from one shoulder and like flaps over Corin's head and then rests at the other and kind of tries to like peck, and there's no response, and it like flaps its wings again like it doesn't really know what to do. And Corin does not move.
Pamali is
Hold on. Let me go speak to him. Will you stay here?
No.
Molly.
I'm sorry. Corin is literally standing there looking at...
I'm gonna go get him. I have better reflexes than you.
I don't know. I have very feral instincts, so...
I flick your ear.
Okay, I'll stay here. I think she just stays. All right, fine.
Everyone goes, and then like very carefully approaches Corin, and as they walk, a very skinny tree kind of bursts out of the earth at like Willow's hand, and Willow grabs it, strips it, holds their staff, and just approaches very carefully.
Hell yeah. Corin remains unmoving, staring up at the heart. You see his like mouth moving very, very softly, very faintly. You can't hear what he's saying.
With my staff, can I very gently like rest it on like maybe like his shoulder or his like forearm?
Sure.
Just a very light touch to see
that.
whether they react.
Nope. Are you looking? So Corin is kind of faced out towards this chasm, looking up. You're kind of off to the side. Are you going around at all to look at Corin's face? Are you kind of?
Yeah, I'm like peering at Corin's face.
As you look up at Corin's face, you see like
I look
again,
down at Corin's face.
He's just kind of like you can tell he's whispering something, but like so faintly that like you can't hear it. It's more breath than it is words, and his eyes are clouded over in black smoke.
I read lips. I can speak. I have an ability that lets me like speak in any tongue. So can I twist that a little bit? And
I'd say make
read
I'm gonna say a perception check. I'll give you advantage because you can understand any language, and because this is Corin, and I think you know how Corin speaks.
Okay, perception.
Yeah.
22.
22. One, you can tell from just like the faintest bit of like actual like vocalization that is making it out. You can tell that one, this is a language you've never heard Corin speak before, and it's a language you haven't really heard before. It's something like, over your time as a counselor, you've probably heard like in passing the language that the gods speak, which is this like incredibly, incredibly archaic form of Celestial, but like not something that is used modernly. It is truly only what they use when they like don't want anyone else to know what's being said, to only converse with each other, because no one knows this. You can tell that it's that, and so your understanding of it is like a little bit broken, because like there is no way for you to know this, but because with that ability, you can kind of get the gist of what Corin is saying, which is like these broken strings of like, I can save them, I will save them, I will not drink, I can save them, I will find out. it's sort of like these disjointed thoughts. And then every now and then you catch just like it's so beautiful. And then it goes back.
I'm very carefully, where my like staff is resting on his arm, I'm going to very carefully, so that like there's never any like change in pressure, but move the staff away and replace it with my hand and just say, Corin.
Corin, make me a wisdom saving throw, please. I will give you advantage because Willow is effectively helping you.
Also, Ben Luck, add a D4.
Hell yeah.
Adventures show up and see her friend suffering.
Roll me a luck check to see if you happen to be walking to the clinic at the same time.
Is that just what is that?
Just a d20.
That is a 17.
17, yeah. You come out of the line of Woodward. You see Pamali they're like at a little bit of a distance, like maybe 90 feet. You see Pamali standing back a little bit. Yeah.
Can Pamali be, I think just seeing that Pamali has gotten closer, can she be like 20 feet behind Willow?
Absolutely you can. So you see the three of them like fairly close together. Corin staring straight up at the heart. Willow kind of like hand outstretched. Corin, what was that save?
Yeah, first off, thanks for the advantage because I definitely rolled a 3 at first.
Fair.
But in total, it is a... Shit, I can't count. 23.
23. Corin, you have been sitting at this table watching the dust collect and collect and collect for what feels at the same time like a second and 100 years. You have not been able to move. You have been stuck here in the shadows. And you feel on your arm just a little bit of a hand, and it's not the same one that was there before, and you hear a little bit of a voice. And this is enough for you to kind of follow that in the same way that like Willow was following that line of connection to the rune. You are able to follow that line of connection to Willow and drag yourself out of this. As you come out of this, I do need a Constitution saving throw from you, please.
Sure. Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Nice.
All right. You kind of blink back. You feel the like warmth of the heart light on you. You can see just this chasm that goes all the way down to Heartward. You can feel this hand on your shoulder. And just for a second, you feel those shadows try to take root in you. And you, with this warmth of connection from your friend, you cast them off. You are not affected by this arcane exhaustion today. And you are there, and you feel a bird, like, really impatiently trying to, like, peck at you. And you see your friends. But you do not know how you got here.
Do I see the blackness, like, fade from his eyes?
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of, like, smokes. It looks like it gets darker for a minute, and then it is gone.
Corin? Hey, buddy.
Willow, what are you...
Just will very carefully, like, put the other hand on your other shoulder and walk you back from the edge a few steps.
I think he's, like, looking around wildly and is just... I think the second, like, it's him again, he's just crying. It's just tears pouring down his face.
Just wrap him up in a hug.
Mm-mm.
Hey,
That's
okay.
tight.
You're okay.
That Pamali just comes over as well, and latches on to the two of them behind Corin as well. And it's like, are you okay? What's happening? Were you walking? Were you sleepwalking?
I think he's just kind of like buried his face into Willow's chest, and it's just like, just shoulders shaking with how hard he's crying, and it's just nodding his head. Or I guess he's not nodding his head, like just trying to convey he doesn't know. He doesn't know what happened, but can't say anything right now.
confused. I don't know. Ventress didn't say anything about Corin being affected last night, so I don't know how this is happening to him. I don't understand.
Ventress, I would say this: if you're making your way over, this is about the time that you make it over to them.
Okay. Yeah, I think she'll see everyone and kind of walk over a bit confused. Is everything okay? Hi.
I think when he hears Ventress, he just kind of like pulls away from Willow and just like launches himself at you and is just hugging you really tight and is just whispering over and over, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Corin.
Sorry.
It's okay. And she will hug him back so tightly. Just kind of like pat his back. Like, are you alright? I know last night was tense and everything, but I'm okay. I'm just glad to see you. See all of you.
I think like a couple seconds go by, and then he pulls out of it and just kind of turns away from all of you to like pull himself together for a second, and then actually registers this bird that's been hopping all around him.
Yeah, this bird is pissed. What? He's like bouncing on your shoulder. Do you like hold out a hand for it?
Yeah.
The minute your hand is up, this bird like jumps on there and like as passive aggressively as a paper bird can unfold itself into your hand, it does. Like it's honestly like a more than it is like a gentle floating. And you have these two pieces of paper in your hand, and let me send you what they say. The first one is the same as always.
I think Pomali goes over and puts a hand right on top of it. Once the paper opens, puts her hand right on top of it and goes, do you want to just settle for a second before reading? You just went through a lot just now. So I just want to make sure.
Why don't we take a minute? And we'll kind of turn to Ventress and like put like the back of their hand on your forehead and like peer at you. Pomali said you were sick.
I went inside someone with the curse's head, and it
What are you
reached out
talking
and
about? You went
grabbed-
inside someone's head.
So I detected their thoughts because maybe
Why
we
would
thought
you do that?
I was trying because we were
It was my
trying
fault.
No, Corin suggested it, and then I agreed to do it because I thought maybe we could help or figure something out. And it pulled me in with it, and I came out.
What did they look like with the eyes? What did they look like?
Black, smoky, just murmuring nonsense about shimmering cities and.
Oh, okay. Like looks at Pomali and then looks at Corin, and then it's just like,
Is that what you just saw with Corin?
yeah.
Okay. I think she like immediately turns Corin over and is just like looking, even though it's gone, it's just like looking for anything that is like residual left.
Can I do the
over.
same with Ventress? I'm trying to look for like any kind of
She
black
hasn't even
mark.
looked either.
Sure, absolutely. Willow, you can make an investigation check. I'll give you advantage because you had this recently. Pomali, without even a check, you don't find any mark on Corin.
A 16?
16. You're kind of like looking Ventress over. I'm assuming you're looking for like the physical mark. Yeah, not like
Yes.
signs of it. Cool.
Well, kind of both, but I can tell that, but just from looking at Ventress, that she looks like shit. No offense, Ventress, but yeah.
I would say with a 16, one, you can tell that this like is weighing on Ventress heavier than you. Like you can tell that the weight of this is not much more, but is a little bit more.
Yeah.
And the toll it's taking on Ventress is more. With a 16, well, let's just for fun. Let's see. Yeah. With a 16, you're kind of like you look at the arms and there's nothing there, and you're, the places in which you've seen it, it's not there, and you're just about to like assume that it's fine, and you catch just the hint of it, like peeking out from right here at the nape of Ventress's neck.
Just like brush some of her hair back and like peer around and look at it. Is it very large? Like, is it the same shape as mine? was.
It's a little bit bigger than yours, and it kind of spans, like, you can just kind of see the edge of it peeking out of the nape of her neck. You get the sense that this goes up into her hair a little bit.
You see anything? There's
Just like kind of like two hands kind of like cup your neck. Yeah, it's just here.
Right.
Pamali had like just finished looking Corin over. I don't see anything on you. Thank goodness. Listen, I just was thinking you can read the letter when you want to. I just there's a lot going on with you right now. So if you want to take a beat before reading, I don't know.
I think Corin's had a hard time looking you in the eye while you were like checking him over, and is still having that hard time right now, and is just kind of looking like eyes fixed on the letter that he's not quite reading right now. I'm just gonna motioning. He'll step to the side and read it.
Yeah, of course. Take a seat. If you need to relax for a moment. And I think that's when she peels over and sees like Willow touch the back of Ventress's neck, and immediately zooms over. What's?
Look,
Did you find
it's what I had yesterday. But we fixed mine, and we can fix yours, okay? We're gonna go. That's the smartest part of you. The part with the most power.
I'm not feeling like it is recently, but
I know. We're gonna go to the clinic, and maybe they can help. And if they can, I will do something, okay? I will fix it.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
figure it out.
Okay.
Okay. Did you message Siren as well?
I did, and they're on the way. They're coming. So
Can I check the time? Is it like are they on time, or are they like
we're not too late.
You guys are pushing it a little bit. You're like, it's like a 10-minute walk to get there. Time's in like 5 minutes. Probably gonna be like a few minutes after, but
I don't know. I guess they're not here yet. I don't know. I guess maybe we can wait inside for them or whatnot.
also you guys, you can't see the clinic from here, so you don't know if
I
if
thought we
it's
were
on-
behind it. Or
No,
near
it's like, so
Oh.
you like came out at a crossroads a little bit. Clinic was right. You guys went left because you saw Corin. So you have a little bit of a
Gotcha.
walk still up.
Okay, gotcha. If Celios doesn't give a clear answer as well, that water spirit, there's something I have to decipher there. So maybe before we heal it our own way, as we did before, or with new ways, I can try to decipher that. Because I think that might be a really good shot as well to get rid of this.
Yeah.
We don't juice it. I'm not juicing this thing. So if I will stay this way until someone can fix it who won't aid in the problem.
Yeah, you're not sleeping with this tonight. Like we're getting rid of that today. That's what I'm planning on doing.
All right. Well, I trust you. I slept fine last night, actually. So had a.
Where'd you go?
Oh, I went to Woodward. I went and saw Birch.
Are they okay? Is Woodward okay?
No, people are. I mean, they're all
What do you
right.
mean,
They're
no?
just they have like a cold.
Well, what do you mean no?
I mean that I think people are sick. Willow, I
What?
think just a little.
Who's sick? Birch is sick?
Birch is stuffy. Birch is a little bit congested, and other people are as well. And it's very
you-
odd
You
because
sound a little congested too, Willow.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
it's not fine. I won't pretend like it's fine. But
Ventress, right around this time, you feel that locket that you wear that you share with Birch kind of grow a little bit warm. And anyone looking at Ventress, you see some of the stars start to shoot, which means there is a message waiting in there for you.
Oh, one moment. She's gonna open it up and look inside.
Yeah, you kind of unfold this little piece of paper, which very clearly was like torn out of a journal. It's like a weird shape. And on it just says, asked around, everyone feeling pretty shitty, but seems fine, question mark?
Well, this is actually maybe Birch's ears got a little bit warm because says everyone's feeling a little bit shitty, but all right. Otherwise, I mean, I feel like if we can handle Wilda said the archipelago's getting sick, and I feel like if we can fix that, then we can fix everything else.
Yeah, okay. To-do list, we should look at Woodward's rune, see what's going on there.
God, we haven't checked any of the runes since the jump night.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a feeling all of them are... Anyway. Corin, you okay?
Yeah. What is...
Oh, Corin. I think she goes immediately over and just holds them. Do you want to talk about it?
No, but... And I think, he'll like hand the letter and specifically point to the part that says, that Wilda's written that says, I forget my own feelings until they feel too big to acknowledge. My request to you is this: if you ever feel this way, turn to those you love and share how you feel. Please, for your old friend. We have other things to deal with right now.
Yeah. You are very important to me, Corin. There's a lot of important things happening. But you are also important. Okay? So if you need to talk about something and process something, there is always space for that. Me.
I think he's gonna sweep you up into a hug.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear in your head a message from him. Sunder was in my dreams.
Oh. You dreamed last night for the first time in a long time, and it was of Sunder. Okay. And I think you can feel Pamali's like hands are like going through their locks and just like holding them a lot closer.
Oh, I definitely think that makes him start to cry again, like he just pulled himself together.
Yeah, she's like cradling their head and like holding them as close as she can to their cheek to cheek.
I'm gonna take Ventress's hand and just like very slowly start kind of walking away just to give them a little bit of space, but not so that we're like leaving them, but...
Sure, absolutely.
And I think before he like pulls away to like go deal with what we're supposed to be here dealing with, he's just kind of whispers to you, "Oh, Pamali, I was weak. I was
weak? What do you mean?"
We need to talk.
We're talking now, Corin. I think she like immediately sits them down and is like, talk to me.
He offered me a deal to keep you all safe, to keep everybody safe.
I think Amali, knowing Corin's nature and how overprotective they always are with Pamali, with everybody that they love, you can see like they go pale for a moment and they grab onto Corin's knee and just lean in and just look at them, waiting for them to continue.
I almost said yes. I was... I was closer than I should have been. It should have been no. It should have been... There shouldn't have even been a thought.
But you said no, right?
Mm-hmm. I didn't. I didn't say yes.
Okay. What did they show you?
And I think you can like very clearly just get like waves of shame, just kind of like you can just feel it in the air from him.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody safe. Everybody happy. And I think even without a role, there's just a very clear part that he's holding back from that.
And what else?
From Holly.
What else, Corin?
It's stupid. It's so stupid.
No, it's not stupid. It's not stupid if it's important to you, Corin. Come on. Please tell me.
Listen, I have been struggling with my dad being pregnant, and it's stupid, and it's something small, and it shouldn't have been something that was there to tempt me to make a deal with.
Change. Big change. When the family grows like that, right? Sometimes it feels like love can change because of that. This is me assuming, though. Is that how you feel?
I don't know. Part of me's... before we met, when I was a lot younger, I used to ask them, when can I have a sibling? When can I be a big brother? And finally they just said, we got everything right with you. We don't want or need anybody else. You're all we could hope for. And then you came into my life and it was perfect. And part of me thinks, what changed? The other part of me, that feels like me, is just, that's probably something they said to me to get me to stop asking for siblings. They love me the same. And then another part of me is just, I've had my parents to myself for 60 odd years, and now I'm not about to, and I don't know which one's me. I don't know.
I think she reaches out again, puts a hand on their face, and then goes with the other hand and goes, so you think, if I'm understanding this correctly, that because they decided to have another kid, that it means that you're not perfect anymore? Is that what I'm hearing?
Told you it was stupid.
Stupid. Corin, you came into my life at a very perfect time too. My brother Sian, more like an uncle to me. I grew up kind of like an only child just because he was so much older than me. And I was alone, asking for a sibling too. And then I met you. Corin, you're perfect the way that you are. You were the perfect thing that I needed then. And you're the most perfect thing that I need now. Okay, so I need you to understand that just because they're having another kid doesn't mean that there's anything wrong. It just means that there's more of you to love. And I can tell you from actual fucking experience that you are the best brother that anybody could ever have. Change is scary. I'm scared right now. I'm actually like shaking in my fucking boots. There's so much going on and I'm scared of all the change that seems like might be happening. But we're gonna work through it together. Even if that means what do you need? Do you want to move out? Do you want to move with me? Do you want to move into a different place? Like, that might be more change. That might be actually not helpful. But, you are surrounded by so much love, Corin. So don't hold back, all of you. Don't hold it all in. Because I'm here to love it. All of it.
I think he just pulls you into another hug and is just gripping you like really tightly.
What?
I should have talked to you about this sooner.
You should freaking talk to me about this sooner. I think she's like kind of like pinching them a little bit. Not hard, but just like, no. I'm also a little frustrated with you, so I just gotta get that out. I'm sorry.
And I think as you say that, he remembers there was something else that was bothering him. Like he's laughing about you, like kind of pinching him, and then, hey.
Yeah.
I need you to make me a promise.
Oh, you gotta tell me the terms first. I think she hides her hands.
When we were in the water, and I thought you died. And I tried to bring you back, and you didn't come. I thought you didn't want to come back to me, to us. You have to come back, okay? You have to want to come back.
God, where does everybody keep asking? I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere, Corin. Listen, if I don't come back, it's not because I don't want to. That's one thing. Two, what you saw in the water, I'm not gonna lie. It felt amazing. I was astral projecting Corin. It was like something I've never fucking experienced before diving into all of that. But it freaked everyone out. And even Wilta, like, she put her arm into the water to, I thought, hold me, but then looking at it, she was protecting everybody else from me. I'll just keep going down that line, but Corin, if I astral project again, just give me a couple minutes, and I'll come back to you. I'm always coming back to you, Corin.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
That's an easy promise. You promised to. And I think she's kind of like not holding eye contact herself because she feels like it's a big ask. Can you trust me to? Can you just give me a moment to let me try and trust me to? Because I appreciate everything that you do, but seeing you try to revive me like that, Corin, it broke me. I need you to trust me that I do come back to you. If you can.
Molly, that's an easy promise. Okay? Trust you with my life. All right.
Hey. Whoa. Okay. I think she like for a moment like is just like taking a deep breath to like calm herself. And goes, okay. We gotta give me a big hug to like get this energy out. Like, can you do the one where you like hold me and just kind of like shake me a little bit to just like get out this excess energy, please? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Great. Thank you. And she just like flings herself onto Corin to like get that hug in.
I think while he's hugging you like this, there's like so much tension that's just been released from him. But like he feels a lot better than he's felt in a while. But there's still that nagging thing in the back of his head, like, Wild is gone. If something big happens, he probably can't save everybody. And then that little voice about the deal and keeping everybody safe is there.
Well, we gotta get back to business. Are you feeling okay to do so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I feel good too.
Yeah,
great.
Me too.
Let's go. Yeah. They head off hand in hand.
Ventress and Willow, as this very beautiful conversation was happening behind you and you guys were walking a little bit ahead. What are you doing? What are you talking about? You just walking?
I think we walk for a couple minutes, then Willow will like shoulder bump you and be like, so you went to Woodward?
I didn't feel good, and I always feel good when I'm around Birch and Woodward in general, so yeah, I did go there.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It's just this like, he's not looking at you, but if you look at their profile, there's just this like shit-eating grin on her face.
What are you smirking about?
Smirking? I'm
just
happy for you.
happy for me.
Yeah.
Why?
Because, you know, I love having a sister. It's really cool that I get to have two.
Stop it.
What?
I like having a brother. I don't have any other siblings, so. But yeah, I went there and I I slept with your sister. Not like that. I slept in the hammock. Mm-hmm. And I think after we fix all of this, because we are going to fix all this, I'm going to take a little trip with them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
God,
What?
that is the best news I've had all day.
I'm going on a trip with Birch.
Yes. Please take a fucking vacation.
The time saves up, so I think it would be
Yeah.
nice. And Birch said that they're going to do all the laundry and fix the
That's
ship
a
up.
lie.
No,
The bird has
no.
never done laundry in their life.
She sounded very serious about it. I offered to
Okay.
fold it and was denied. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, so we do have to fix this because I am looking forward to.
That's all the motivation I need. I'm gonna get you that vacation, and like, is this a duo only trip?
Oh, do you want to tag along?
I don't want a third wheel, but
Third wheel.
I just want to hear you say it.
You can come, Willow. You can come with us. Come on. It would be, no.
You really want me to come?
No,
with
I
you?
don't. I
Okay.
really
No,
I
you
don't
don't.
want you to.
Oh.
I don't want you to. I
Why
want
is
to spend-
that?
Because I want to spend time with your sister by myself.
Why is that?
Because I am quite fond of them.
Okay.
Which I am. And I like them a lot.
Great.
Mm.
That's nice.
Yeah. So we all have people we like a lot, so
We do, yeah.
hmm in a more than a friend way. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It happens.
It happens. It happens to the best of us. I mean,
It
look
does.
at you. So
Look at me.
look at you.
I'm really good at that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You're quite good at it. I won't pry, but yeah.
The only one who hasn't, and I appreciate you.
Oh, you're very welcome. It's not my business what I do with Birch. Not anyone's business. But yeah.
But like, just hypothetically speaking,
Hypothetically speaking, what? Yeah.
what
Oh, yeah.
what are your thoughts on? Huh? I think they look behind them very quickly. Just what are your thoughts on you going from friends to more in your experience?
In my experience, hypothetically, I think sometimes it can be very good and feel very comforting to have someone who's a friend. I mean, Chrysaris and I were great friends, and that just didn't work out well. But it was a good time. I think going from friends to something else can be good, especially if you really, really like them a lot, and you have a strong foundation of your friendship.
Right.
In my professional opinion.
And you and Chrysaris didn't work out because
No, because I'm just, it just doesn't work out. But it feels different. I didn't have that relationship that I have with Birch. It's a little bit closer. Not that I like Birch like that. I do. I do. I'll say it. But you can't tell anyone.
anyone what?
Exactly. Great. You're so good at this. But yeah, I think having a strong foundation of a friendship where you've known each other for years and hang out a lot and never want to leave their side and want to hold their hand all the time and
It looks down at our held hands. Mm-hmm.
yeah. But if you know, you know. That's just what I think hypothetically. Why are you? So, do you have a hypothetical person in your life? like that.
I was just using you as a sounding board, because of your good friendship with my sister.
Your sister's great. Yeah.
She is. So are you.
Thank you. I think you're great too. And
Thanks.
yeah, whoever you choose, or whoever gets lucky enough to be your really close good friend, I think is an excellent choice. Just hypothetically speaking. Mm-hmm.
You feeling better now? Perked up a bit?
I've perked up a bit. I'm sure I'll come right back down. This thing is awful. It really feels terrible all the time.
I know. I had it. It was awful. But I'm sure Celios can help.
Yeah. And you feel better now, right?
I think Willow pauses and just kind of looks back at you and kind of does that squinting guilty dog face.
You don't feel better?
No.
Well, maybe Celios can help you as well.
I think mine is more to do with the innate magic here.
God, Willow, you always get your hands in the big. You have to go after the big thing.
Don't always.
I just feel like you're always headstrong. You're always, I don't know, in a gentle way, and then you try to settle things, and then look what happened. Now you're sick with the fucking, I don't know, with the archipelago. Awful.
Okay. Sorry, I guess I should have just let the three-headed Hydra eat us all.
I think maybe that would have. We could have killed it. We did so good.
You don't know that.
You're right. I'm sorry. You're right.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you for settling it. I feel.
I'm kidding.
No, I'm not. I'm not kidding. I am appreciative of all that you do. So, anyways.
Consequences. It's fine.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you fixed, okay? Yep. Fine.
Yeah, great. Can't wait.
Me too.
As you guys kind of continue down this path towards the clinic, you're kind of wedged on that line between Kinward is on your right and Woodward is on your left, and all of you with your passive, especially Willow and Ventress, because Ventress's aura grants a little bonus to passive perception, so you see it extra good. You can kind of see on Kinward there is this kind of crawling ivy that hasn't looked great for a day or two. I think some of you have already seen this, where some of the leaves are wilting a little bit, but I think it is the kind of the contrast of the kind of not good that the plants look at Kinward to the tree line of Woodward to your left, when you really notice how bad the trees are looking, the ways in which a lot of the limbs of the trees have started to droop a little bit. Some of the trunks are turning kind of a sickly dull brown. You can see the way that the flowers and the wildflowers and the grass that kind of leads into the tree line, the further in it gets, the worse it looks. And I think you guys can see it as well, maybe 15 feet into the tree line, there's this a dog, which Woodward has a lot of sort of native animals. But it's this kind of retriever type, but the ears are poppy flower petals, and there's some flower petals that come back as well, coming off its neck, kind of where dog's hackles are. And it's normally these kind of poppy puppies, if you will. I love making a pun. Sorry. Normally these dogs are kind of bounding around and sniffing the air, peak dog, just peak house dog for the first time energy. And this one is kind of walking slow, and you see the ears are drooping a little bit and the petals are drooping a little bit, and it's just walking really slowly, and after a minute it stops And it takes this deep breath and it kind of just like lays down and rests its little head on its paws and does that like puppy eye thing out to the world. And you can just tell Woodward not looking great. But you guys can continue on down the path if you'd like towards the clinic.
Can I just pause by the dog for a minute?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just kind of like pause like a couple feet away and just kind of like...
It does that thing where it just like it doesn't move its head, but it looks up at you.
I think Willow like stands in like the canopy of their home and like takes all of this in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Willow, you step across the threshold, you instantly feel worse. You like a couple steps in, like every step in you take, you feel those symptoms get a little bit worse.
Hey, has Ventress crossed the threshold?
It's up to you, Ventress.
Yeah, I'll say because they're walking together, yeah.
Yeah, Ventress, as you walk in, you kind of feel that, like, ughness return.
Mm.
You feel it?
Yeah. It's terrible.
We'll just kneel by this like dog and just like run a hand over its like head.
It doesn't lift its head, but it kind of like that big sigh that dogs do.
Yeah.
Kind of just lets out a low whine to you.
I wish I could help you.
Can Ventress kneel down? I don't know if this will help, but and try to like take the dog's hands in her head and like put in like some lay on hands, just any of the energy she has.
Sure. How much lay on hands do you do?
I don't know. Like
It's up to you. Live your dreams.
15?
15. You put in 15 points of lay on hands, and you see, like, the petals kind of where it meets the neck. Some of the, like, that kind of blood orange shade grows just a little bit vibrant. The dog kind of, like, you do this, kind of, like, yawns really big and kind of blinks blearily up at you, and then, like, shakes its head around. And you see there's a little bit more life in its eyes. It still looks like it doesn't feel awesome, but you get the sense that like you have taken him from feeling like, pun intended, dog shit to like just a little.
I think Willow like kind of went to stop you, but sees the magic kind of take effect, and then like, did that feel okay?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really fix anything, but I feel the same. I don't feel...
You feel like your magic was feeding something else.
James, did it feel like I was going into something else?
Make me... I'm gonna say an Arcana check or just a flat intelligence check. And remember, you have that D6 from LSAS as well. You do also have a -4.
Oh, great.
But you do have a D6.
Okay. I'll do Arcana, I guess.
Sure.
So, really like shit. 9 plus 1, 10 is the total, and then do I subtract the 4 from that? Nope. Yeah.
I will say, Willow, if you would also like to make an intelligence check, I would say you can, because you also kind of have a full picture here. With your 6, I mean, I think all you can kind of pick up is, you know, when you put lay on hands, that's a weird sentence. When you lay on hands someone, that feels like it makes more sense than when you put lay on hands on people. When you kind of put this like healing energy into people, you know, feel that magical energy leave you. That's not an uncommon thing, and I think that's about as far as like you can process. It's like the magic, that part of that magic is gone. You don't know where it went, but the dog seems to be feeling better.
I got an 18 intelligence.
18. I think with an 18, you Like, you don't see a mark on this dog. You didn't beforehand.
Mm.
I think because of your connection to the rune and your knowledge as a counselor, you know that like the magic of the runes and of the heart is sort of like a circle, and that like that energy and that magical energy goes to all living things, and then in return, like the life of all living things, that energy goes back into them. It's sort of like each benefits the other. So you get the sense, I think, with an 18 that like this dog was not like marked by Sunder in the way that you guys
There's
have
a difference, yeah.
Yes, but it still has a connection to that source. So it is possible, essentially.
Okay. Maybe let's... I don't know the best way to help here. Let's speak to the gods and Celios and see what they think before we...
Do anything else?
Yeah. I think you can see, I think as Willow stands in the threshold of like their home.
Mm-hmm.
You probably notice that like the trees around them, their hair has started to like lose its color. Willow goes through different seasons, and in winter they typically lose like the leaves of their hair go darker and grayer, and it's a little bit like that, but not in the way that you're used to. And they should be, I think, in summer, right?
Fall, like the beginning of fall.
Right, so they should be making the change from like very vibrant green to that more like auburn color, but yeah.
I think she'll put a hand on Willow's like arm and kind of like run her fingers through their hair and not say anything about it, and then just, yeah, we should go to Celios, and I'm sure there will be effects to all of this, and we'll feel better.
Takes like one last look at their home. I think they feel so torn.
Sure.
Their role as the reason they were trained to be a monk was to protect this forest and to see it in peril and feel like they cannot help is like really kind of breaking them a little bit, and they just stand up and they don't look back at it and they keep walking.
Sure. And Corn and Pomali, you can kind of catch up to them as the four of you make your way to the clinic. It comes into sight just honestly a few steps later. You were almost there. You see this building that I don't know how often you guys have been here. You've probably seen it at least once before. It is sort of this like humble little, not quite, a little bit bigger than a cottage, but kind of has that energy of like a countryside cottage building. Covered in that same kind of crawling ivy that's flowering a little less than it normally would be, but there's still a hint of some purple flowers in there. It's set slightly into the mountain that leads up to Cloudward, and you would all know that some of that building goes into the mountain as well, so you really just kind of see this like humble little cottage. There's a large water wheel off to the side that kind of like churns this water and generates magical energy and like helps to clean the water so that it can be used for healing purposes, and that's just off to the side. Smoke kind of like lazily churns up from the chimney that just barely sticks out from the mountain. It's set away from the noise of Kinward enough that like the cool air is full of the sound of just trickling water and bird song and ruffling or rustling leaves. And you see it right up ahead. It's this sort of nice, like, light blue color on the outside. And you also see a very familiar figure leaning up against the side of it, arms crossed, just kind of staring at you as Sylvain just kind of grumpily glowers in your direction. As you get a little bit closer, he calls out, "You're late."
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
As you get closer, you can tell without even a check, Seren looks like shit. Like, you don't know if they slept last night. There are heavy bags under his eyes. Even, like, you can tell the energy he is using to look, like, grumpy and annoyed is taking up all of their energy right now, but, like, his shoulders are, like, lagging a little bit.
So instead, when she walks up, she goes, "Hi, you look like shit."
Okay, nice to see you too.
I'm sorry. No, you look like you've been struggling.
I didn't get a lot of sleep.
Yeah.
Last night. Maybe none. I don't know. But I'm here. You know, it's like one of the buttons. He's like a button off on his shirt, so it's like buttoned wrong.
Yeah. She goes in and she like gives him like a Tideward double kiss greeting. And goes, okay. Can I? Do you mind if I look at your arm again?
Yeah, I mean, you dragged me out here. I might as well.
That's what I dragged you out here for. She peels it back. It doesn't. There's any change to it? Has it grown? Is it the same?
Yeah.
Like,
you roll the sleeve up, and even like before you get to the point where it should be, which is his kind of like around his bicep. Now, like the smoke is out towards like his what is that, forearm here, just a little bit. These sort of like tendrils reaching out, and as you continue to go up, it stretches up a little bit, almost to their shoulder.
I think she just like a gasp kind of comes out just instinctively from just seeing how far it's grown from just that mark to now. Within like what, 24 hours?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think I don't remember what time you guys were there. I think like maybe a little over, but yeah, no more than like 30 tops.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Siren, I think she also like kind of waves everybody else over from like behind her back. We've had a couple of instances with this curse now too. And so I asked you to come here to try and see if we can get rid of it, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
good.
That is okay.
Good. All right. If we're all ready, I'm just gonna go ahead and she just knocks on the door.
You would know. You don't even have to knock. You can just go in if you'd like. This is like very much a building where people can and do come and go from very frequently.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can walk in. It's a really like wide open and sunny space. You can see like the room that you're in and the hallways that you can see go back a lot further than the like house structure that you've seen, and you know that's because it begins to go into the mountain. This is a very large clinic. Instantly you can kind of see these people like bustling around, a lot of these healers in these sort of like fern green robes, kind of like talking to each other, and then they'll go into a room and they'll come back, and you know, some are like grinding up herbs. You can see a little bit of that, like the river that the water wheel churns into kind of runs through this building a little bit, so you get that same like that sound of trickling water. It seems halfway decently busy in here. It's not like packed, but they are working on stuff.
Is there a place that she knows that she can go talk to Celios, or she's gonna have to like, is there like a desk or someone she can talk to?
Yeah, if you're looking for Celios specifically, you would know you'll probably have to poke around or ask somebody.
Okay.
If you just sort of want like medical attention in general, there's a couple of healers like milling about in this area specifically to like do in a room and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think she just the first healer that kind of walks her way, she just taps on their shoulder. Hi.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this like 6 foot tall, like furbolg kind of type Castellan. It's like dark brown fur, a little bit of a snout, kind of looks down at you and goes, "Oh, hi. Sorry. Is there something I can help you with?"
Yes. We were, I don't know, this was something that I think we might want to take straight to Celios, if that's possible. If they're available. An insight check,
if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Can I also, if I'm watching this conversation?
Anybody who is sort of participating in this, you absolutely can insight check this person.
25.
Jesus Christ.
Molly's so good at insight, which is why I'm here.
Molly got a 14.
Oh, babe.
Everyone else?
27.
27, hell yeah.
Shit.
Ventress, did you make one? Okay. Yeah, sorry, the microphone, I was like...
Sorry, I had to grab my charger.
Okay. No, you're so fine, my brain could not process what was happening. Yes, so Pamali, I think what you see more than anything is like, you know, this person like doesn't take offense to it, but is sort of like surprised by your request. Willow and Corin, I almost called you Birch, sorry. Well, for some reason, you two kind of note there is just a glimmer behind like the carefully constructed mask of like professionalism. Just a glimmer of like, that's going to be a problem. Like you note the, uh-oh, what do I do? And then it is immediately covered up and this person says, oh, yeah, how about I get you set up and I'll find out what's going on and then I will
find out what's going on.
Are they available?
You. Yeah, he's here. Just sort of dealing with some things, but I mean, I'm happy to help you in the ways that I can, and if it's above my pay grade, I'll be sure to go and get him. So,
yeah, it's just some counselor stuff, some things that we need to sort out. So I just needed to speak to them directly if we can.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Why don't I get you in a room? And I will send him to you.
Okay, great. That sounds great. Okay. I think Famali just like grabs like Siren's arm,
Mm-hmm.
the other arm that doesn't have a curse on it,
Sure.
and kind of turns back to everybody else and is like, okay, get a room. No.
All right. It was very weird, but sure.
Right.
While you're talking, this person has walked up and is now whispering to two of the other healers who like look at you and then like look back at this person.
Can I
Can we
watch
say
their
something?
lips again?
Sure, make a perception check.
$16.
16. So I mean, they're like maybe 20 feet off from you, and they're kind of leaning into each other. I think what you like the little blurb that you catch before it, like, because they are kind of looking at you and then looking at this person. So one of them notices you after a minute and then kind of like covers their mouth. I think what you catch is just the beginning of like, hate to interrupt them while he's, and it gets cut.
Something's going on.
Something's going on? What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I guess Celios is dealing with something they don't want us to know about, but...
Well, what if we went and found out anyways?
Alright. Hold your horses. Let's just...
I do not have any horses.
Wait,
Okay. Hold your...
stars?
I don't know. Sure.
Hold yours. That was funny to me, Sweet, the person, sorry.
Give it 5 minutes. If they don't come back for us, we can go dormed.
Give it exactly 5 minutes, and then we can go find out ourselves. I'm tired of waiting.
Additional proposal. 5 minutes. Because what if we go storming and whatever's happening is stopped, and it's something we actually should probably know about, since we know that they're not telling us things that we definitely need to know about. 5 minutes, and I can make one of us invisible, and we go check it out and come back, and then go storming up with that information.
Why don't you just... I got it. And we'll just kind of go into this room with you guys. Can I do a mental check-in with Tavran?
Sure.
I think we'll just like kind of find a chair and like sit down very heavily in it and just kind of pinch the bridge of her nose. Hey, it's me.
Hey, Willow. You doing better? That was kind of a weird energy. Not that emotions are weird, but I don't know. The energy yesterday was... You doing okay?
Yeah. I was in the middle of something. I'm sorry about that.
It's all good.
You busy right now? We could really use with a higher up to help us get shortcut. Can you come to the clinic, please?
Make me a persuasion check with advantage.
You like me so much.
Oh, jeez.
Oh. Oh, like 27.
Yeah, I rolled a 4. So, when you get back, he said, yeah, man, I'll be there in like, here, hang on. The line cuts off and like 2 seconds pass. And then walking through the doorway is Tevrin. Hey, man.
Yep. Wow, that was fast.
Oh, hi.
I'm an efficient guy. Hey, how you guys doing? You guys okay?
No.
No, I think everybody here.
No. You want to talk about it?
We don't have time, unfortunately, as much as we'd love to. Do you know what's going on with Celios?
Tevrin kind of like cranes his neck a little bit and looks back. Which, by the way, those healers, well, the one that you were talking to was like halfway through coming back and then saw the god Tavren walk through the door and like a little bit like
Willow like catches their eye and is like, goes back to Tavren.
Let me roll. Let's see. Does Tavren know? Who's to say? He's kind of just a guy.
I know.
Oh, he doesn't. He rolled a 2. Good job, buddy. I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job. Actually, fuck it. We'll roll with advantage. I rolled another 2. Okay, sorry. I tried to give him. Tavren kind of like squints at this healer and then back at you and goes, "What do you mean? What do you mean? What's going on?"
We really need to talk to them, but everyone's being kind of shifty.
Oh.
Could you find out for us or get me in there or...
Sure.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Tevrin walks up to this healer, who now is sort of just like staring up at Tavren, who's a guy that they are not used to interfacing with, which is, I mean, like, you know, they're with Celios all the time. Another god? That's scary. Kind of looks up and you see them like talking back and forth a little bit, and like the healer is kind of like looking at Tevrin and then like looks at you guys and then looks back up at Tevrin and looks back at you guys. And after a few minutes, Tevrin comes back. And he looks like Tavern does not often look concerned, and I wouldn't go so far as to say that they do. There's like a little like brows are knitted together just slightly. He comes back and goes, oh man, I'm a bad liar. Listen, there's just like some god stuff going on back there, and it kind of demands the attention. You know, like Celios has been working on some stuff. But he said, the healer said, you guys aren't feeling good? Do you want me to? I'm not like a medical guy. I can. It's like emotional. We can work through that if you.
No, it's not emotional. Let's
Okay,
just go
sure,
back
you
there.
seem kind of high strung.
No,
Like,
I'm
not
not
a criticism.
I'm not high strung.
Whoa, all
I'm
right.
gonna go back there if they don't come up here. I'm
Listen,
tired of
I'm
all these
sure-
secrets.
I'll let
Thanks.
here. Why don't I go talk to Celios? Yeah.
Well,
that okay?
tell him as well that we're dealing with some god stuff here too. Some issues with some god stuff here too.
What kind of god stuff?
Big bad gods. Big bad evil gods. And
World
Some of
ending.
them- there's like a couple of like families that are walking in the room, and they kind of like look at you, and then like kind of continue down on their path. Tiffany goes, "Whoa, dude, God, lower your voice, man. You're gonna freak some people out of here. What do you mean,
I'll
big evil god
continue
stuff?"
to freak them out unless Silius gets in here and helps us. So
Oh, okay, I think everyone needs to calm down now.
I'm very sorry, Tevrin.
V?
We're just
Molly,
It's okay, man.
just take it down a notch.
Phew.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
everybody hold hands real quick.
no,
Molly
I'm
grabs.
not holding hands.
Hold hands.
I'm not holding hands.
Molly grabs.
Timber takes your hand and Ventress like grabs your hand. Not like you could pull out of it if you wanted to, but he just okay, everybody just take a breath real quick. A lot of stuff going on right now. A lot of big scary stuff, I know.
Yep.
But you know, sometimes you gotta clear your mind for just a second and let the panic go away and just remember that we're all together in this and it's gonna be alright. Okay, everybody take a breath. Ready? And
Lean into Corin and be like, is this what I sound like?
A little bit less insufferable most of the time, but
I'm a
we love
god,
you
I can
for it.
hear you.
I know.
Okay. Hey man, you're entitled to your feelings and opinions, and that's okay. All right. Somebody, we can let go. You can stop holding hands unless you want to hold my hand. That's helpful. In which case, you know, you do what you got to do. Someone tell me what's going on here, okay?
Buddy, we have been talking to a number of gods. We've been talking to
Sure.
Vinedra. We've been talking to, I don't know. we're doing a lot of investigating and deciphering and there's whatever's going on, we know half of it, and we should know all of it because we only have half the information, and we can help, and we would like to help, and we also need help. So, I understand, as gods, you don't like admitting you may have made a mistake or that you don't know what you're doing, but none of us do. And I really need us to all be on the same level here.
I hear you. I hear your feelings, and I want to acknowledge those in this space because your frustration is valid. I'm not gonna just give me a second to get to my point. Thank you. Your frustration is valid. There are some things that even I don't know, right? Like I don't know if you notice, I'm kind of just a guy, and I'm here, and I hang out with you guys more than I hang out with those guys, okay? But like, it's from my understanding. Not so much that we made a mistake. Not an issue of trust. You guys are doing a great job. You're poking around. You're getting a lot of good information. And hell, you fixed the jump. That was sick as hell. Good job. Good work, team. The thing is, you guys are capable. Some things are out of your pay grade. And I know you want to help. I get that. We're trying to find a way for you to. But we're also not going to just throw you into a situation that maybe you can't handle. You know what I mean? So, look, if you want to know what's in there, I can get you in that room. But you have to go in there and you can't come at them with that energy. Because you guys are trying hard. We're trying. I'm kind of just talking at people, but they're working hard too. They're trying hard too. There's a fucking lot going on, and a lot of it is older than your grandparents' grandparents. So, But if you want in that room, I'll get you in that room.
We would like in that room.
Mhm.
Yes, and we're sorry. I'll apologize at least for my energy. We're summoned here, and then we just unleashed our frustration.
I'm not sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
Listen,
it was just
I can take it. Okay, you're good.
Got some ricochet energy there. I'm sorry about that. Yes, if you could ask them if we could see Celios, that'd be really great.
Yeah,
dealing with some stuff that we really need to talk to Celios about.
Sure. All right. Yeah, you guys, you stick with me. I'll get you in.
Great.
Tavren starts to walk. The healer kind of like looks at Tavren and then looks at you guys and looks back at Tavren and just kind of doesn't know what to do, so starts like walking next to Tavren.
Yeah.
Are you guys following? Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh wait, are we following Tavren? I thought Tavren was going to come back and let us know.
Oh no, Tavren's just gonna go get you in that room.
Oh, okay, cool.
They're just gonna brute force your way into that room.
Into the room. Amazing. As we're walking through the clinic, can I see what everybody's hustling and bustling about? Like what's going on?
Yeah, make me. What kind of check do you want to make me?
Let me look.
It's okay.
Oh, babe. Okay. I will do. I guess. Huh. Okay. Is it possible? Maybe. I guess. Arcana, if possible, because I'm thinking she's now sensed this magic with everybody else, so maybe she's trying to sense like if there's other people in this room who are also cursed or has that kind of magic throughout this room.
Sure, yeah, go ahead, make me an Arcana check. I think that's fun.
Right.
Does Pomali look like they're trying to like piece something together?
You can see their ears kind of like they're inquisitive little. I'm gonna Tides of Chaos this one because I got a natural one.
Oh, babe. Also, if there's any other checks anyone would like to make on the walk, let me know.
Oh. I said I was gonna Tides of Chaos, but that means I have to wild magic.
Oh.
In the clinic?
Yeah.
That's a 16.
16. Okay. And sorry, just to clarify, do you have to roll to see if you surge, or do you just roll on the table?
When I Tides of Chaos, I wild magic surge.
That's so exciting. Let me pull up the table real quick.
They're not gonna let us in that room. We're not getting in that room.
Why did my notion? Just
I have.
Hello. Sorry. I'm here. Yes. Tell me all about what you have.
I have the thing now with my level up. Controlled chaos. And I spoke to James about it. Typically, controlled chaos, I have to roll 2d20s in order to like not wild magic surge, but this is a full-on wild magic surge. So you let me know if this is allowed. What we talked about of like instead.
Oh yeah, rolling 2
re-roll
percentiles.
my.
I'm perfectly fine with that. Absolutely. So go ahead and roll those, and then don't let me forget about your 16. I promise. I will tell you what you get on a 16.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll this twice, and I'm gonna pick the better option. So the first number is a 16.
16. It's a fun one. It's not a bad one. What's the other one?
Okay, the second number is a 17.
So wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So is there a way for me to scroll over on here? Interesting. Oh god. Sorry, Notion is sometimes really fun to figure out how that works on stream. Okay, so your 16, your 2 options are you can either instantly shrink to 10 inches tall for the next 10 minutes.
Okay.
Or with a 17, it's a good one. You can immediately regain 1 use of a limited ability if you've used anything.
Okay.
Could be fun to be 10 inches tall. You don't have to. I'm totally kidding.
No, but I'm trying to think of what I
You
use.
love a height difference trope.
Oh,
Look at my hand.
If you haven't used anything yet, if you want to roll again, you can. It's up to you.
No, I mean I rolled. I'll go ahead and shrink. Go ahead and shrink.
Pamali, you're striding down this hallway, and you're going down a set of stairs. That's what the walls are bigger. All of you watch. Every step Pamali takes, just a little shorter, until they're 10 inches tall.
Andrews is about to have a heart attack in the middle of the.
Oh my god!
Where's Molly in this group?
Great question.
Do we see this, or are you at the back?
Corey definitely sees it because
I had imagined that because she was just talking to Tevrin, and then was like following them and like looking at the clinic. So I feel like she might be right behind the healer.
Cool.
Powerful.
You're in front of me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, did you want to do the 16 first?
Yeah.
Before I forget, with your 16, as you're walking, you kind of like feel the magic in here, and I think like you don't feel necessarily like the presence of a curse in the room, but as you continue down this hallway and you pass rooms, one, I would say for free, you notice almost all of them as you walk down this hallway are full of people who look sick, just like unwell, like coughing, sneezing. But as you walk, you feel the further you get down the hallway, the stronger the presence of magic is. Like, almost like the air becomes thicker and thicker with magic. And honestly, maybe partially contributes to your wild magic going off, because suddenly there is so much magic in this hallway that it's like you can feel your like fingers tingling with it at this point. And then you're 10 inches tall. Did anyone else want to make a check as you walk down this hallway?
Yeah. Can I make a perception check? Like, Corin's checking to see if he sees anybody that looks like they might be guards.
Oh, yeah. That's fun. Okay. Sorry, just to clarify, windward guards or like guarding the room you're going to? Or both. It's a perception check. It can be both.
Both. Let's go with both.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Okay. I am gonna use my divine luck to re-roll that because I'm pretty sure 2 fails. Whatever it is. 18 total.
18? Yeah, as you're passing by rooms, you see like... Let's find out how many you see. Yeah, you see 3 different rooms have guards or people that you just generally know who live in Windward in them. Looking not great. None of them have like, black smoky eyes or anything like that, but they look like they just don't feel very well. You also, with that, as you get a little bit closer towards the very last room in this hallway, you see there's a door, like as you're walking down, most of the doors are on like each side of the hallway, and then there's one at the end that's like facing you guys. Standing just outside of it is a very nervous looking individual that you don't know, but you recognize they're wearing these like really like deep blue kind of like, I guess, like robes, like wizard robes almost, and as well as a sigil that you would recognize as the people who work under and follow Kalara, the god of magical innovation and knowledge and bravery. and there is one just kind of like pacing back and forth, and then they turn and they see they see like the healer, and their eyes get a little like wider, and then Tavren, and their eyes get a little bit narrower, and you guys, and then it's like panic. And they are surely just kind of standing there wringing their hands. That's what you see.
When Pamali shrinks in front of me, I think Willow kind of like takes just a second longer than they usually would to clock it, and then clocks it, glances around, just in like one fluid motion, just bends down, scoops you up, makes no fuss, like not like tries to keep this as subtle and as non-weird as possible, and just like scoops you up and kind of just holds you in their hands at their chest, and then just fights a smile.
I think Pamali was kind of like walking and like assessing, and then like feels the extra magic in the room, and it was like kind of like playing with it. And that's when that happens, and then they start seeing everybody walk away from them at a really fucking high speed, and people gigantic, and it's just frozen there, and then all of a sudden gets lifted. And the moment like she realizes it's Willow, she's like, "Oh my god, thank God!" and just face plants like into their shoulder.
Hi.
Incredible.
Hi.
What you doing?
Shrinking.
Oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's just like they've gone from looking very sick and very stressed to like almost kind of beaming. They look so fond, and this is like just their favorite thing ever.
She's like, she goes and she kind of like tucks into their hair a little bit.
Down on my shoulder.
I'm just gonna hide here for a minute until this stops. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just not looking, just like looking around, just like they're not even like kind of speaking to you under their breath, so no one kind of like notices.
Incredible. Yeah, you guys continue to progress down this hallway towards the end, with Tavren kind of leading the charge. This healer, who is still like incredibly nervous but has recognized that you're like getting there, kind of starts to pipe up to Tavren and go, sorry, I don't think that he would want the... And Tavren kind of just like holds out a hand, grabs the door handle and opens it, and then steps aside for you guys to walk in. Would you like to?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, I do. I kind of put a hand on Tavren's arm as I like pass and like give them like a nod of like trying to convey all of the kind of apologies and gratefulness in just one little nod that I can't really, I don't have the time for.
He gives you a little wink.
And walk in.
You step in this room. It is a beautiful healing room. There's sort of set into the mountain, but some of the sides are made of glass, so you can see like some of the natural waterfalls set into the Cloudward Mountain are running up the glass and up further into the mountain. There are currently 3 figures in this room. You see another healer who kind of has these like twisting ram horns a little bit, who is sort of just like standing off to the side, and you see like grinding something in like a mortar and pestle. You see the figure that you all know to be Celios, who is this like only vaguely humanoid kind of like being of just kind of like soft ambient light. Like doesn't really have features, doesn't really have like clothes. Stands about 5'5" and is more a conglomeration of energy and knowledge and helpfulness than like a human person. All of you can kind of smell the incense and rain and the kind of like sharp herbs that their presence gives off. And they are kind of like standing in front of this like exam table, but his head has been half turned towards the door as it opened. And seated on the table, all of you see Kalara, the goddess of magical innovation. Normally not very put together, but like mostly put together, looking terrible. You see their hands have this black smoke kind of winding up. They look exhausted and drained. And she like looks up at you and goes, "Oh, fuck." And that is where we're going to end today's session. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining us. As always, it's an honor to be here. Be sure to come back in 2 weeks to find out what's wrong with the god of magic and magical innovation. And we'll be counting down the days to see you there.
Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.